this will be an unfamiliar voice to a lot of you. Hi, I'm Dan, or get me on Discord. I am the commentator for the first half for York. I'll let our Lancaster representative introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Sylvie. I'm Lancaster representative. I've not got much else to say other than that, really.
Amazing. So, we'll be leading off today's games with the OU format. This is the most popular singles format, the most commonly played. We will see for the Lancaster team, we have an Aroquanid, Golden Go, Ogreplon, Great Tusk, Iron Valiant, Raging Bolt. So looking like a bit of a webs offense type deal we've got there.
I don't know much about OU. Yeah, it can be.
So we've got a bit of a webs offense type deal going on for the Lancaster side. And for York, we have a Glimora, Zamazenta, Golden Go, Dragonite, Weavile, and Latias. So I imagine we've got two sorts of offense, hyper offense teams going on here. I imagine we might see a Aroquanid into Glimora lead. Both sides trying to get some form of hazards up.
Do you want to introduce who's actually playing for each side as well? That might be a bit.
So, would you like to tell us about your player for
yeah.
Lancaster?
So for Lancaster, we've got Adam. He's always playing hyper offense. That's what he's always on about. So he's been building a sticky webs team. I don't really know, but I don't know what his peak elo is or anything like that. But yeah, Adam's playing for Lancaster. Good luck to Adam.
For the York side, we have Babel, who is a new member for this year, the Aura King, number 1 Hoderator. I think we are now heading into the game. And we have the Zamazenta lead from Babel, and the more expected Aroquanid lead from
Adam.
the Lancaster. Adam, thank you very much.
Yep. Sticky webs. What a surprise.
So we have an Iron Defense early from Zamazenta, possibly trying to go for the body press sweep right out of the gate.
Ooh.
Yep.
Shoot. Ooh.
Substitute will be definitely looking for the early sweep. Webs will be annoying for part of this team. We do have 2 non-grounded mons in Latias and Dragonite, and OU's top dog of removal in Great Tusk.
Oh wow, that's a lot more than I was expecting.
It is at +3.
That is true, yeah.
If anything, that's quite annoying for York because it's not going to Oko. It's not going to finish off the Aroquanid.
That's a crit.
Unless crit. No crit. Yeah, just short of the 2-hit KO. So Zamazenta is actually quite a big thing to take out into this team. It could have been easily revenged by the likes of Iron Valiant or Raging Bolt, which I believe you have both of those on the team.
Both, yes.
So we'll be looking to see what comes out next. Not sure that was the most valuable trade-off for the York side. I think that was quite big for you to take out quite early.
Yeah, I'd agree, yeah. Zamazenta is quite a problem.
We might get Glimora come out here. Oh, no. Latias.
Ooh, shiny as well. Oh, Endeavour. Endure and Endeavour, yeah, to
Do they not just click Endeavour first?
They did, but that's
Ah,
because they're
Custap.
on 31 HP anyways.
Cast up Endeavour.
Very
That's
nice.
quite nice, actually.
That is quite good. Oh.
So lefties not boosting item of any sort on Latias.
Yeah, Strady Coast, alright, Rocket is gone.
So Agility Lati will outspeed this entire
Oh,
team.
yeah, everything.
I think Thunderclap is potentially your only way out without taking any damage.
Yes, but Goldengo.
Goldengo
I would say
should
it's most things that
it will-
Latias can have. Does Steel resist Psychic? I never remember.
Yes.
It does, yeah, so this is a fairly, quite a wall right now.
Not sure if the Latias has. I could switch out is
Yeah.
quite smart actually. Into
Glimmer.
Glim. I imagine we see Shadow Ball, make it rain would be quite a hard read. Yep.
Yes, defense drop. Special defense. Oh, red card. This is our Raging Bolt.
So it's forced to burn its booster energy, but I don't think it's too worried about the fact it's faster. So
But it's not enough. Paralyzed? It's paralyzed and
Okay.
can't move. No, unfortunate.
so Thunderbolt into full power would have been 2.5% chance. I think the 10% was enough.
Yeah.
They were slower anyway, so
No, you're
nothing
right,
really
yeah.
came of it. So Babble behind here. Weavile. So yeah, quite annoying. I imagine if it's Ice Shard, it can get some damage off and stop. Or maybe it can't even stop Thunderclap. With the speed drop, I'm not sure what that brings it down to. Adam looking like going for the switch here.
Switch, yeah. He's got to be mindful of the timer though, he's got to make a decision, otherwise the game chooses for him. I think Thunderbolt and just Thunderclap is fine here.
Yeah, it's quite dependent on the speed
Yeah,
situation,
speed
which
of the Weavile, yeah, thanks to the word.
Thunderclap
Huge.
will not kill. Triple
Axel, that'll do
Axel,
it. That'll
so
do it. Yeah.
yeah, no misses. That's quite a big threat gone.
Life
So Life Orb Weavile.
Great Tusk. Interesting.
If it's booster speed, what are you boosting?
Booster attack.
So you might still be faster
Relying
anyway.
on, sticky webs, yeah.
Um,
I shard for some
was
shit
there?
here.
I didn't see if there was rapid spin.
I
Rapid spin
think
might
there's-
have been quite nice just to get the speed
might
boost,
be,
not
yeah.
for the
I
removal.
believe this does have rapid spin, so you might
it-
be thinking your switch is coming here.
With booster attack, it almost
Yeah,
certainly
switch
kills.
Yeah.
And if not, you just get the speed boost on anything else coming
Yeah.
in.
I shard. Ooh, wow.
Yeah. Super effective, but Great Tusk is
Yeah.
very physically bulky. Yeah, it's so low that the resist doesn't matter.
Goldengo.
Goldengo.
Sticky
The
webs.
grounded.
Not Probably choice specs. Is that the other item that Goldengo likes to use? Release them. Oh, okay. Flashy gas. Oh,
So
unfortunate to read from
switches back out. So depending on how fast the Latias is, it should outspeed.
Should do, yeah. We do have rapid spin, so I wonder if
I think
I'd
you'd be incredibly worried about
spin.
Kiss or Psychic.
Draining Kiss, yeah, and Psychic too. Draining Kiss.
Kiss doesn't kill.
Doesn't kill. Ice Spinner is going to do a lot here.
Yep.
It's going to do enough.
Yep.
Excellent.
Not sure if there's a Psychic move on this Latias, I can't remember, but I think that might have been.
No, Draining Kiss is probably
Kiss.
its best option there to try and give it some more HP back, to give it some longevity.
But also you need to secure the kill on this.
True. Yeah,
before
you're
it-
right. Yeah. Spin just in case. I'm feeling Dragonite will have extreme speed.
I've not seen Terra from either side.
No,
might.
we've not, have we? Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Here it
we're
comes.
getting Terra normal.
Extreme speed. Most likely. Yep. Everyone's favourite.
I can't remember. Is there a Golden Go that's still got its air balloon?
Yes, there is. Adam's Goldengo still has his
Still has its balloon.
balloon. Let me just,
So
Dragon Dance, but
it
we
must-
rapid spin as well to get our speed up too. So I believe we still have speed.
watch the C speed.
Oh yeah, you speed, yeah, I totally forgot about that part.
So
Oh,
it will. Oh, no E speed.
it might be another Dragon Dance, maybe?
Yep.
Yes, we could have been a bit risky and gone for a headlong rush there. Or close combat too, that probably would have done it.
So
Although multi-scale, we broke multi-scale.
I imagine this must have something to hit Goldengo, otherwise.
Yes. Well, it's got Dragon Dance, Extreme Speed. It's probably got. Do Dragonites know Outrage? Sure.
So depending on how fast at +2, depending on how fast that Dragonite is, it can outspeed Booster Valiant.
Yes.
So time to find out if this thing can hit the Goldengo.
It can kind of.
Yeah.
Not very much. It might know Earthquake or something. But the balloon is popular. So probably the Dragonite.
Yep.
Yep. The Goldengo mirror. Our Goldengo outspeeds, but we're -2 special attack, aren't we?
-1.
Is it -1?
Make it range -1.
Just gotta go for it. Interesting. Special defense drop? No. This is probably the end of our go. It is.
Yep.
We've got Valiant and we've got Ugapon. Feeling Valiant can probably give it that speed, the waves are up.
Short of some nutty Terra stuff. Oh,
Yeah.
already burned Terra.
We've already
on
burned Terra as
ours.
well and we still have ours.
You still got yours.
Yeah.
This should kill. Yep.
And that's
And that's
it.
game
Lancaster
one.
takes game 1. Well done, Adam. Well played. Okay, so we're allowed to switch teams in between games, aren't we? So
Yes.
York might want to consider switching because I was Lancaster was ahead for most of that, so Nocting worked quite well. So I'm intrigued to see if I bring another one.
Right. So in my view, I think you could play the same team again and just play it differently. Assuming Adam plays the same.
Yep, Adam's going to go
So-
the same.
Yep, that's what we're seeing here.
Intrigued to see what's the York player called again? Sorry,
Babel.
I'm really intrigued to see. Bamble's bringing the same team as well. See if someone's in.
Babel or Ed. So we're just waiting for the new team selection, new leads.
Starting with
So a different lead off the bolt from Adam.
Ooh.
I currently can't see what Babel's choosing.
Considering. Never mind, he's going back to what he
Nope.
likes best.
Back to tried and true.
Here we go.
Right, both players looking ready. Hopping into game 2 of our first set.
Weavile starts
A
out.
Weavile. I think a knock here from Weavile would be quite nice to stop it being able to do.
Sword stance.
Sword stance into knock can also kind of do the same. We've had the full moveset revealed from this Rock Grenade, so we know other than Surf, it's not hitting Weavile. So
Here it is.
yeah, knock off.
That's going to do it.
And just finishes it in 1. That's that. Sword Stance plus Life Orb, stacking multipliers. Iron Valiant, booster.
I believe
I
it's
believe.
Speed, yes. Special attack.
Booster special attack.
I believe it's because it relies on the webs for speed control over.
Vacuum Wave, not Bubble, not clicking a Ice Shard.
Unfortunate.
I think you'd have to read that. So I think that's quite a big problem for Adam out of the way, to be fair.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that was a quite dangerous looking Weavile.
Yeah.
Glimora. Well,
Yeah,
Glimora's
so-
red card will get rid of that speed boost, special attack boost on the Iron Valiant. Or we'll just switch.
So we've got the switch.
Could be rapid spin. Predicting rapid spin here.
Dingo. Mortal Spin.
Oh yeah, mortal spin as well. Stealth rocks.
So I imagine it dies.
Ooh,
Oh.
it does not.
Must be quite specially bulky.
Mm.
On
Red card.
Yep.
Who comes in? Iron Valiant.
so Valigan Rock's not doing much to it at all.
Wow.
So stacking hazards. Do both sides have a tusk?
Only Lancaster, I believe, has a Tusk. I don't
Right.
think. I think Glimora is the has to remove this. And there he goes. So we've got Dragonite, we've got Zamazenta, they've got. Who are the other ones? Latias, and then there's another one that I'm forgetting right now.
So
Terra?
Terra will be to avoid super effective moves like Moonblast and Shadow Ball. I imagine we might see agility here.
Fairy.
Yeah. Agility, Draining Kiss.
Yes.
I think is quite a nice line.
Special attack drop though.
So that's really bad for us. Don't know if this thing's has a way of boosting its special attack.
You might have Calm
Might have
Mind.
Double Dance.
It might be, yeah. Let's go Dingo.
So Goldingo.
Latias struggled with last time, I believe. It does have Calm Mind.
Calm Mind. It is now weak to
Nasty
make
Plot
it
here.
rain. Yeah.
Nasty Plot will catch up with the special defense boost, though, so it's back to being neutral again. Somewhat.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So we need to see that fourth move from Lati, really. I don't think we got to see it
No, we did not.
last game.
Another Calm Mind.
Another Calm Mind. I think
It may not
possibly
know
quite a
anything
gamble.
else. It might not recover. It might be its fourth move. Just barely not enough. I'm not sure if the second one's going to do it now.
This does
Should
make
do,
it a
yeah.
problem for Raging Bolt to come in on the.
Stored
Stored
power,
power,
that
that's
makes
not
sense, yeah.
That's not going to do
But
it
it's
though.
not enough.
No.
That should
Quite a good
finish
move
it
to
up.
have, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
with this Adam's team does just do really well into this Latias.
Yes, it does. Oh well. The fourth Pokemon I was thinking of, they've also got a Goldingo. That's the mirror between the teams. Dragonite's back. Dance.
So, Balloon has been popped.
Yep. Dragonite.
So,
Dragonite cannot terror either as well. That's important.
yep. Oh, right. So that's quite big for us. The second Dragon Dance. Please have EQ.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, yeah,
Please have
Earthquake would be
Earthquake.
devastating. Make it rain again. Into Earthquake, yep, that'll do it.
Yes.
Goodbye, Goldingo. Okay, what have we got for Dragon? We've got our good friend Great Tusk in the back with Ice Spinner, and you can't terror normally either, so staring on the barrel of a booster energy Ice Spinner right now.
Yeah,
Not
so at this
great.
point we've seen all four moves.
Yes,
E-Speed will chunk it, but
I think Great Tusk
there's
is
no way.
bulky enough.
Yeah, there's no way it kills. I'll be shocked to see this Great Tusk go down this turn.
Ice Spinner. Oh no.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I
that's
forgot
gonna do
about
it.
that.
I
That
had
will do
also
it.
forgotten about
Yeah.
that. Uh-oh. Adam
Collective
may be
memory of
in
the
trouble
goldfish. Apologies for the commentators. Yeah, that
here. Uh-oh.
that Great Tusk was not living that.
No. Ogre maybe? We can take an E-Speed, possibly. We might be in trouble here, actually.
So has Terra been burned?
We
by you
still
guys?
have our Terror.
You still have yours.
So we could see Terra Fairy here to offset the Ice Spinner that's coming our way, or Earthquake. Although this is a +2 Dragonite, so it's quite scary to be honest. I don't know if I'm liking this.
I might say potentially.
Here it comes.
So
Yeah,
it will be Terra and Draco. So really, I think all the thinking here is just what does Babel want to do.
Yeah,
Um,
number 8.
I think you would just click any move that's not E-speed because of the extra damage.
Yes.
So probably EQ. Because I don't think you're dying to Thunderclap from here.
No, he would definitely
You're
survive a
bulky, yeah.
Thunderclap, but Draco Meteor would do it.
So
Come on.
we're gonna find out.
Oh!
Yep.
Thank goodness we hit the Draco Meteor as well. Okay, that Dragonite was very scary.
Mhm. If we preserved Terra for that,
Yes, we would have been.
I think that
would
would have been
trouble.
game.
That probably would have been it. Yeah, we were in big trouble there.
because at +2,
+2,
we know you're
E-speed is
booster.
going
We know
to...
you're not booster speed.
Yeah.
So everything would have been outsped
Everything
or
would have-
died to Zama. Could Iron Defense clean up here?
Actually, it probably could, actually. Who have we got in the back? We've got Ogapon, who is going to...
So sub.
Oh, did we press Thunderclap or Thunderbolt? Feeling Thunderbolt's not going to do it here. So
Well,
-2.
Thunderbolt.
So -2. See.
Yep. Better call than me.
Ooh. That's just
Very,
enough,
very
thank
professional
goodness.
comms. We know our head calcs.
Exactly.
We
I know
remember
exactly
what
what is going on.
we remember what Pokemon are on both sides, what moves they have. Very professional level stuff.
Play. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, not.
Okay. Although, if we've still got Iron Valiant, that thing knows Moonblast, I believe. So we might not be totally out of it just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You kill him one.
I don't
So
think we do. We've prayed
I'm
that
not
we-
sure
that we
what other
did.
attacking move this Zama has.
It's probably got Heavy Slam.
If it's Heavy Slam will just
We'll-
nuke the Valiant.
Yeah, we'll just get rid of Valiant and then
And
we can do
then
Ogapon to...
Ogapon to
to
Zama
win
is
the-
not.
It's not a favourable
winning.
matchup for
No.
us at all. Come on, Iron Valiant! Oh, it's a switch. Giving up the Dauntless Shield boost. Goldengo. Yeah, that makes sense actually.
So I'm gonna have to assume that it's not Heavy Slam. Maybe it's Crunch.
It might be, yeah. Another chip damage there for us. Is it Ogapon? Big Shadow Ball come from Goldengo, I feel like. That's a lot. Dazzling Gleam.
D-Gleam. Bit of a weaker move, but not a bad
Ivy
mid
Cudgel.
round.
Yep, Ivy Cudgel is going to come out here. That's going to do big damage to whoever comes in. Yeah, some center. It's got high defense. We'll see.
How much? A lot.
That's a lot. Is it enough to kill it after leftovers though? I don't think so.
I think it might be.
Guess we'll see. Oh, play rough, never mind, yeah. That'll do
Yep,
it.
that'll do.
We missed! We missed!
Amazing.
No.
That's
Oh,
definitely
that's
killing.
tragic. It's going to come down to... I still believe. I think Iron Valiant might be able to clutch it out here. Because we've got the web, so we're faster. We've got Moonblast and Shadow Ball. So it's all going to come down to what this Zamazenta knows, I feel like. Oh, reading the switch, but we
Come
don't
on.
get it.
Now, do
Do
we
we know
click
Heavy Slam?
sub or Heavy Slam?
That was an interesting move, I must say.
So I have to assume this is Crunch last.
Probably, yeah. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Okay. Second Karma. Oh, yeah, because we take like 0 damage.
I think a sub here from.
A sub would actually be very dangerous. Body press again. Ooh!
Well, I suppose.
That did a bit more than I was expecting. I think
Sub
Moonblast
in-
here probably finishes
Yeah.
it off. Yes!
Yeah.
Do agree, yeah, substitute would have been very big there. Would have bought yeah, it would have bought an extra turn.
No, I think it just delays the units
Oh,
that much
yeah,
for it,
yeah.
actually, in hindsight.
Goldengo slowed here.
So
and
from our
Shadow Ball.
perspective, we can see it's
Yeah.
Shadow Ball on Val. This almost certainly kills. What,
Come
plus
on,
2?
I'm valiant.
Yep.
Well done.
That closes
Go.
out set number 1 for Lancaster.
Lancaster takes OU. Well played to both Adam and Ed, or what was that? I forget again, sorry, I'm really awful at names.
Ed and Adam.
Ed
So
and
Ed
Adam.
from York.
Yep, Ed from York. My goodness. All right, Lancaster's up 1. Yes. Excellent. Next is Little Cup, right? I believe. So we'll be taking a break for a sec, and then Little Cup will be starting up shortly. And we have. Do I know who is playing Little Cup? Should do. We have a look. We have Little Cup between Hamish and Tyler.
So we'll have a few minutes while the new players move into the room, get the teams up. So, Little Cup. How much do you know about Little Cup?
I do not know much. I've played it a little bit. I know there's a lot of people like to set up their Pokemon very specifically for things like Life Orb and such to like get the maximum value out of them. I know Ponyard was very good when I last played, but Ponyard might be gone by now. I'm not sure.
I think it might be still around. So,
I hope so.
Little Cup. I imagine we'll see Mienfu, Vullaby sort of run the meta a bit here.
Yes, it did.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see both of those on both teams. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, a lot of Mienfu, Vullaby. So yeah, Life Orb's a lot more common here. Eviolite is allowed to be on it. Every Mon, they're all not fully evolved. Life Orb is popular, especially if you're under if you're under 20 HP. You only take 1 HP worth of recoil every turn. So very popular item in the format. But any fans of the little baby Pokemon are just going to like watching this set. It is the premier way of showing off what the little baby Pokemon are capable of.
I do. I remember when the second DLC came out for Scarlet and Violet and Archaeodon came out, and everyone panicked that Duraludon was going to be a Little Cup Pokemon.
I think there was a few new evolutions for this gen that sort of turned certain old heads into Little Cup legal mons that were swiftly banned. So Duraludon being, I suppose, the most famous. There was no way that thing was hanging around. We also had Dunsparce was made in for Little Cup Mon.
Oh gosh.
With the addition of the very creatively named Dunsparce. We also had Girafarig entering LC with the addition of Farigarath. I believe all 3 of those have now been banned from the format.
I believe so, yeah. I'm not too familiar with what's allowed.
So we're just getting the rules set up, and then we'll be able to preview what the teams actually are. I'm calling it 2 Mienfus, 2 Vullabys.
2 Mienfus and 2 Vullabys, okay.
And Mienfus, Vullabys, and friends.
Yes.
Just as an outsider, can we explain what the rules of Little Cup actually are, just for anyone who might not know?
Yeah, so Little Cup is sort of all the baby Pokemon. None of the Pokemon in the format are evolved, but are all capable of evolving. They're all played at level 5. Other than that, it's mostly just a normal battle. Yeah, level 5, all baby Pokemon.
It's a single battle, just
single battle as well, like the last set.
I believe that's everything.
Yeah,
yes.
Should have led off with that. Very
that was a good idea.
Very professional comms here at Roses for Pokemon. Professional stuff.
Exactly. Only the finest.
Any talent scouts out there listening? We are Dan and
Sylvie.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so Tyler's. We saw Tyler's team briefly. He does have a Mienfu and a Vullaby. So you're right on that one. So we'll see.
Well,
what
I
Hamish is
know
bringing.
both of our teams, and we have a Mienfu and Vullaby as well.
Okay, so you're correct. You were right. You were
Yeah.
right. And I'm sure we'll see very briefly why they're so dominant in the format as well. Because I do remember when I played it a little bit, they were very good. And while we wait, we want to introduce who's playing for who.
So on the York side, we have Hamish, who has been with us over a year now. This is their first time participating in Roses, however. If you want to...
Yep, so Lancaster, we've got Tyler. He joined us this year, so it's his first Roses as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got, really, I believe.
I believe they didn't meet up, but we had both participation from both players in Winter Roses this year.
Yes, we did.
The recent, it's been been running for 2 years now, charity event that we have between the two societies that's done online. We had Hamish playing OU for us, and Tyler was playing, I believe, Mix and Mega.
Yes, he was playing Mix and Mega. Do not remember the result of either games, but
I think we lost OU and won Mix and Mega.
I believe so, yeah.
I think it was 5-4 fine in the final result.
But that was then, and this is now.
Yep.
So we'll see what they've got today.
So we're all ready to go now. We're just waiting for them to start. We will be going shortly, I promise.
Okay, here we go. Let's have a look.
So, yeah, we have how much overlap? Mienfu, Vullaby,
Mudbray, and Gothita.
Mudbray, and Gothita. So, there's a much smaller selection of Pokemon available in the format anyway,
Yes,
by
there is,
virtue of it needs to be the baby Pokemon that are all capable of evolving but are not themselves evolved.
Yes.
And also, by being at level 5, certain Mons I suppose their viability is affected by what moves they can get.
Yes,
so
you're right, yeah.
you'll learn moves, a lot of it through TMs, technical machines, which is items you can use to teach Pokemon moves.
Yep.
Or
and
egg moves,
yeah.
Which you can pass down through the breeding mechanics in the game. So Mienfu, Mudbray lead.
Knockoff is a very big one in this format because everything holds an Eviolite, which boosts everyone's. Is it both defenses or just special defense?
It boosts both defenses. It's times 1.5 or the equivalent of a +1 stage stat boost to both. So it will
Mudbray loses a choice scarf.
Lose its choice scarf.
Can Mudbray have the stamina ability, or is that only Mudsdale? Do not remember. U-turn from Mienfu. Mienfu has Regenerator, so U-turns are going to be very useful here. We'll probably see Vullaby
I believe
here.
it might be able to have stamina. I believe Mudbray's other ability is Inner Focus, which,
Stops
with
it
the
from
prevalence of Fake Out Mienfu,
yes, you're right.
is good to stop flinching. So stamina is a very good ability itself, but I think Inner Focus is made also a bit better here.
Weak Armor from Vullaby. You see why Vullaby is so useful, because it can boost its speed very easily, and it can heal itself with Roost.
Yeah, it's quite capable of being a sweeper in this format, which its evolved brethren, Mandibuzz, would never dream of.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. Mandibuzz is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, its evolved Mandibuzz is very much a more defensive-oriented Pokemon, whereas Vullaby can be quite offensive here.
Comes Marini.
Marini,
Brave Bird.
Marini, the pre-evolved form of Toxapex, who is known for, more so in previous gens, annoying a lot of OU players with its ability to stall. We can, looking at Tyler's preview, we can see how many Eviolites there are.
Yeah. The Tentacle here to stop anything being poisoned. Although I'm not sure what it's going to do back to Marini, to be honest. 2 water poison types staring at each other. Pin Missile. I'm going to do 1 per missile though.
Yeah, I think my understanding is some of how the in-game mechanics and maths works.
Yes.
Sometimes multi-hits are quite good in this format.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
APOM, I believe, is not legal.
Yeah, Apom was
with
banned because
Tail
of Tail
Slap.
Slap and it got skill linked, didn't it? Yes.
It might be, yeah.
I think that's always Technician, one of the two.
We're both
and it
very,
was very dominant.
Both very well informed players on the format. But yeah, I think just at this lower in-game level, the way the damage calculations are done, multi-hits like Tail Slap, can benefit a lot if they're allowed to do more than 1 HP of damage.
A very big knockoff
So
there
that's
for
quite a
us
big
into
knockoff.
the Gothita. With Flip Turn out. Psychic
So big
is not
Psychic.
enough. Flip Turn might just do
Quick
it.
turn will do
Yeah.
it, yeah. So you can't, yeah. Flip
Sure.
turn will let them move out.
Mm.
Would not be able
That's
to switch
it.
out normally. So you just kind of have to take the damage. But Flip turn was always going to kill there, so
Yeah. Yes, stamina on the on Tyler's Mudbray.
so
it's-
Tyler's Mudbray has stamina, but since we didn't get the defense boost,
Yes.
we have to assume that York's one will be in a focus.
Yes. Excellent. This is main view from Lancaster, and we'll see what York decide to bring in. It'll be Vullaby. Yeah.
So now York is bringing their Vullaby.
Probably fake out will trigger weak armors is probably not a good idea. Just fake out here.
Yeah. U-turn.
U-turn. There's a little bit of chip damage, but weak armors could prove very problematic soon. Mudbray, so we can get the stamina boost into. I assume Brave Bird is coming here or knock off. Brave Bird.
So with stamina, it's going to do less and less each time, and we're sort of going to get chipped down by the.
Stone Edge is a very
Recoil.
risky idea here.
You're not dying to anything, though, to be
yeah,
fair.
That's
So
true, yeah. But
if anything, you might be able to get 2 goes at it for free.
Knock off.
Is going to remove, so boost defenses even more, but it's going to take out the Eviolite. Yeah, it's all Eviolites and choice stars.
Yeah. Huge Stone Edge hits, 80% accurate. It's notorious for not being very accurate at all. Although we in Lancaster are quite fond of inaccurate moves, I must say. We like to try go for them quite a lot.
Whereas it's a pastime for us to bring non-accurate moves and complain when they miss.
Oh, don't get me wrong. We all miss and we all complain when it happens, but it doesn't stop us from bringing them anyways. Fu comes in. It'll outspeed Mudbray, but will it be enough to actually be able to hit?
So we know it's not in a focus, so we might fake out might possibly prove worse. I don't know what the
I think
damage
fake out will
outcome
be
are.
worse because we get the stamina boost as well. Oh, but they're going
So
for
they're
it.
going for it. It just
2
depends.
damage.
Can we get the rest off
Mm,
after.
I'm
not
not
convinced.
+3. I'm not very convinced either.
But
High jump kick
high
is
jump
quite
kick,
strong. Does it?
yeah.
It does. It takes out Woodbray. We should say, I believe terrestrialization's banned in Little Cup, isn't it? When it actually starts. Or are we? Because that's a Terra Fairy.
You'd be able to see the Terra types, but I
as far
think
as I'm aware.
it is legal.
Yes.
When LC is played in draft contexts, Terra is banned.
I see.
But I believe recently it was announced by Finchinator, who is the big king, the OU tier leader, who makes all the decisions there, that for all Generation 9 formats, so for the games that are being played now, Terra will remain legal for the rest of the generation.
Tyler's going for Trick, but he's lost his choice scarf, so I'm a bit curious as to why he's... I guess he was outsped anyway.
Takes the item off of the
I guess so,
Mewtwo.
yeah, you're right, yeah. Actually, the Mewtwo, I guess we keep the item, but our Gothesia's on 3 HP.
Yeah. So trick with no item can still be
Yeah.
useful to
That's true, yeah, just steal the one off.
steal
him.
their item. Although with the choice scarf, you are looking to lock them into a move.
Yes, we are, yeah. See if Tentacle outspeeds Mewtwo. I'm not too clued in on the speed tiers of Little Cup. Mewtwo may just switch here to get some Regenerator HP, to be fair. It may go for U-turn if they believe they outspeed.
So we're having a bit of thinking here.
Here we are, yep.
Yep.
So Regenerator restores HP when you switch out, for anyone who doesn't know. Woodbray switching into flip turn, though. That's not ideal. That's going to be it.
Finish it off.
So they both players are fighting to keep their Mewtwo's alive and healthy, I would assume. It's proved to be one of the more useful Pokemon in the format.
So by clicking a pivot move, they're forced to send in their Mon first, and then Hamish will be able to decide what to send in after.
A Fungus! The unique Pokemon from one of the 2 unique Pokemon from your knockoff here, or get rid of, I presume, Fungus' Eviolite. Fungus probably is Sleep Claws a thing in Little Cup? Or are we allowed
I'm
to
not
sleep
sure.
people? Sleep Claws prevents you from putting things
Well,
to
we've
sleep.
just
right? Yep,
seen
here we go.
before,
Yep.
So
Mewtwo is asleep. Sleep is very dangerous. Many people do not like the sleep mechanic in general. I do. I quite like it. But Mewtwo will be forced to try to wake up for the next 3 turns. Fungus staying in. Giga Drain. Get some recovery going. This Fungus is actually quite dangerous now that I think about it. Isn't going to be a problem. Can Mewtwo find the courage to wake up? It can! Thank
so
goodness.
something else will have to take the Giga Drain, however.
Yes. How healthy is our Vullaby? That is what I would be looking into. Vullaby wants to press Roost really badly. But if we do that, we'll be put to sleep by Spore, and then we'll be in big trouble.
So I think you just click Brave Bird.
Brave Bird, yes. Depends. Will Brave Bird kill us from recoil from here? Is what I'm worried about.
Well, you might just have to click it.
Yeah, I
to
think we just
remove-
kind of have to, yeah, to get rid of Fungus, because nothing else can get rid of that thing. Good luck, Vullaby, that's all I can say, really. Fungus goes back.
Yeah.
See, switching.
So I'm assuming Hamish realised the same.
Marini, yep. Brave Bird. That might. Ooh. Bloody hell. 4 HP. Joltik. We have not seen Joltik at all yet, so I'm intrigued to see what Joltik will be doing. Switching into a pin missile most likely, so fighting type Mewtwo will resist that, and hopefully we can deal with Marini as well. Liquidation, predicting the switch. Going for high jump king, very. We've probably gone for fake out first just for the shit. I guess we're hoping something switches in here.
Whereas York's hoping the high jump kick misses.
Yeah, we're hoping here. I don't connects, thank goodness, but it does barely anything. Gunk shot. Uh-oh.
Hits. Do we see a
We
poison?
do
No
not,
poison.
thank goodness. Yep, U-turn out here to preserve army info. Very safe play there from China. These last few Pokemon from York's side are very problematic for the rest of our Pokemon as well. Not ideal at all. Fungus is back, so we can see a neutral U-turn here. Fungus also has Regenerator, so it too can keep itself very alive and healthy. Marini will have it as well. Oh my goodness. Trying to get rid of Fungus with Vullaby, but I have a feeling Fungus will switch back out, so if I was Tyler in this position, I'd press Roost. Going for the Brave Bird, trying to get rid of it.
So York has got the double regen action going.
I think we might have triple regen going. Will we stay in though? That will be the end of Vullaby, I believe, though. The recall should probably finish him.
Yep.
It does. Okay. Hopefully, Joltik can come in here to help with Marini as well. That would be useful.
Yeah, Joltik can do a lot more now that
Fungus is off the
Fungus is
field.
gone. Bug Buzz can hit neutrally, but I think at this point it wants to be able to spam its electric stab, which
Fake out.
I can't remember if my
Ooh,
phrase
Terra
on.
Steel to stop Gunk Shot would be very nice here.
We're just going to see a U-turn out by the look of it.
Would, yeah. Keeping our keep Army Infu nice and healthy, I say. Send him back. Could see Tentacle maybe. Again, going for the several resists in the mirror match. Liquidation. It's not enough. Could see a defense drop. I believe Liquidation does that.
Yeah, it can do.
Yes, it does.
I think it's 20%.
20% chance. So thankfully we don't see that, otherwise we're in a bit more trouble. We're going to see a Gunk Shot from Tentacle. See what we get from Marini. Gunk Shot connects. Oh, anything. We got a Gunk Shot from Marini as well. Tentacle goes down.
Yeah, so
This could
Marini is quite defensive on both sides,
Yes.
whereas Tentacle at least more.
This could be
especially
Joltik's time to shine though.
Yeah. If it's any time, it's now.
Terror Electric Thunder, we're going for it. Going for the 70% accurate Thunder. Please hit. Please, Joltik, please. We need this really badly.
Was there not another electric move there?
There was, but it was Volt Switch, and I don't think Tyler wants to switch Joltik out here. I think he wants to keep it in.
No, I think you could click Volt Switch for the remote.
I guess so, yeah. Ooh.
I don't have my LC head counts
Yeah.
on dash. It might be that somehow Marini lives that.
Yeah, although I do appreciate a good press Thunder and hope for the best. Okay, we're not seeing a switch either, so this is it. But all my fingers crossed right now. I need to see this Thunder connect. I need to see this Thunder connect. Please. We see Terra from both. Oh my.
Terra into.
Terra Dragon!
Dragon.
Oh no, we're in big trouble now. Thunder is going to be needed, but it's probably still not going to be enough. But Thunder connects! Thank you. Can we get a Paralyze here? Oh, it's just barely not enough. Para? Can we get a full Para? No. We're not out of it yet. We're not out of it yet. We do lose our defense though. Tyler's locked into Thunder. We do not want to see a miss. And if we do, we want to see Marini get fully paralysed and skip its turn. Come on,
I'd quite
Joltik.
like to see a Thunder miss into liquidation crit.
Come on, Joltik. Oh no!
Thunder
Please.
miss
Please.
into liquidation.
No! We see the crit though.
I'm not sure if that's a crit. It might just be a
That
different
was
damage
just it,
roll.
yeah. No, we got the defense drop as well. So
Ah.
Joltik was going down no matter what there. Although Marini's lost its resistance to Mienfo is important to recognise.
3 minutes. We have the 3 minutes left till battle ends. LC known for being quite a fast format and is somehow the first
First
game
game to reach the timer.
to give us the timer warning.
Okay, Marini goes down.
Right, Marini goes down. I can't remember what we have last.
I believe it's a Mienfo mirror match now, and we're 1 HP behind. And we don't have fake out, but you do, so we are in quite a precarious scenario here. But our Mienfo is much healthier, that is important. It might just be, let's all
So-
press high jump kick. Fake out,
Fake
yep,
out.
the chip. I believe we have a good chance here. I believe in our Mienfo. It connects! That's
Yeah,
it.
that'll do it.
Well done. Game 1 goes to Tyler, but we getting ready for game 2, and hopefully we can have a repeat of that. So, Thunder, Joltik, I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. I want to see all the Thunders hit. No more missing, please. And high jump kick too.
So, not sure about you guys. I know we have 2 teams ready for LC, so we
Yes,
might
Lucius,
see a switch in
I
the team.
believe Tyler only has the 1. I'm not entirely sure. But I believe in Tyler's team, even if he's only got the 1, I believe it can do it for us.
So while we're waiting for this next this next game to go up, what formats are people looking forward to? Let's get some chat going. What
I'm
we're looking forward to?
Sorry, you go first.
Well, I'm looking forward to the NU after this. Can't wait to watch our current but soon to be outgoing president show off what he can do. I think VGC will be interesting.
I'm looking forward to VGC. That's my favourite one. I'm rooting for Liara. She's been practicing a lot, so I'm looking forward to seeing her team in action because I've seen it and it's quite a fun one. Okay, we're into game 2. It looks like the same teams on both ends as well. So we'll see if any leads change. I believe it was Mienfo into Mudbray last time. Tyler's opting for the same lead of Mienfo. Okay, here we go. Come on, Lancaster. Let's make it 2-0.
A couple more misses going our way wouldn't go amiss.
True. Although
I wouldn't mind another thunder miss, maybe a cheeky little high jump kick miss.
I could only hope the same. I can only hope the same for the Ultimate, but they miss a few as well.
Mm. Both wishing our players very well.
Yes.
Wishing
Of
bad
course.
luck on the opponent instead of good luck for our own teammates.
You're right.
But very,
Very professional.
very moral, very professional.
Oh, a
commentary.
crit
And a
immediately.
crit.
Oh no. This is what I
See,
get.
this is what I like.
This is what I get. I should not have said anything. Mudbray's choice scarf is gone, although U-turn is going to prove very useful here. Now, last time we saw this exact lead, it was Rock Slide from Mudbray. Will we see the same? I would quite like to see a switch to... What would I like to see? Can we...
So we did get the crit, but by not killing Mienfu, it can just pivot out, it can regen.
You can get all this HP
So-
back. Yeah, you kind of have to kill Mienfu when it's out in front of you, don't you?
Yeah, it will get a chunk back. It's still going to be around half.
Yes.
So it won't get everything back in one go. Regenerated gives
Getting
you
that
1/3.
Mudbray in. I'm liking the look of that.
Yeah, so we
Rock
know
Slide. Going to do not a lot. I'm
not a
gonna get the
lot
stamina boost.
to then give the stamina boost.
Mudbray is without a Eviolite. Interesting Stone Edge. Could we see Vullaby coming in maybe? No, then Mudbray goes for Earthquake. Unfortunate. Stamina is going to prove very useful, however. Stone Edge does connect. Not enough.
No, yeah,
We're
that's
gonna need an Earthquake
rock resist.
here.
You have to click Earthquake.
I believe we were hoping for a Stealth Rock, so no. There's not much form of removal on Tyler's team. I don't think there's any. Unfortunately.
Does Wallaby have defog?
Oh yes, it does. That is our outlay. Whether rocks are going to do a number on Vullaby. So we'll have
Number
to
on
wait and
Wallaby, they're going to do a number on Joltik if
see.
it comes in.
You're right. We really need to get
I
rid of
think
those.
you're quite rocks weak, other than the Mudbray right here.
Yes, I believe we are.
Mienfu.
Mienfu as well isn't
takes
too
2.
bothered.
So it'll only take 2 HP. No, I think it'll only take 1 because it's 1/8. Resisted becomes 1/16.
Yes.
So Stealth Rocks will just punish any switch-ins to varying degrees based on their rock weakness or resistance.
But here comes my worst enemy, Marini. In previous
So
game.
that's
Oh!
quite large.
That is
I
very
imagine
huge.
Liquidation's not going to do enough with the stamina boost.
Excellent. And a third stamina boost, and we
No.
don't get the defense drop.
No crit to go through.
Stone Edge! No! Oh, I could see it. Yes, okay,
Yeah.
thank goodness.
I'm calling a
Vullaby switch.
Fungus switch in.
Vullaby! They're hoping we pressed Earthquake, so Charlie was correct in pressing Stone Edge. Stone Edge, at least Stone Edge has found its mark every time, unlike Thunder. So I can be happy with that. Vullaby, I don't think is going to be able to do much against a +3 Mudbray right now. Mudbray is quite a problem for Hamish. Knock off. There goes our Eviolite. But we are +4.
Boosting even more.
Please, Stone Edge. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. See, I believe Mudbray will probably just stay in until it can't fight anymore. See how much value you can get out of it. Yeah. Earthquake, Gothita.
I believe Goffy's
Going for
will just
trick.
outspeed and
Yeah, for psychic, that's it.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
just needs to take out the Mudbray that's here.
Yeah. Thank you for your service, Mudbray.
So yeah, it
Did
did
as well.
quite a bit of work before
Falling.
being knocked out, so it's on the rest of the team to clear.
Mm.
But I have faith in Hamish that he can pull this back.
Gothita is stuck into psychic here, so now would have been a good chance to go for Deej Fog, I feel like, because Gothita can't hurt Vullaby. It's really
Yeah,
safe.
knockoff isn't bad because you'll knock something else coming in.
Mm.
Unless I imagine Hamish doesn't want to risk
Yes.
this Goth Eater's item.
Especially after last time where it came in and immediately was on the back foot because it lost its scarf. Yep, there it goes.
So there are a couple things that could come in here.
Fungus losing its
So it's Eviolite.
Eviolite is ideal, however. I'll take that. Let's see, Brave Bird, I believe. Now we're going for Defog. Yes, Brave Bird, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Brave Bird, will it do it?
So
though?
without the
It
Eviolite,
will.
it will. Yeah.
Excellent.
But Again, I don't have my head calcs on deck, but I imagine that was a pretty comfortable kill there.
Marini comes back. Marini does have regenerator, so it is not as hurt as it was before. Leave tentacles. Yep. Perhaps the knockoff into Fungus was ideal, though, because we would have not killed them and put to sleep, so perhaps I'll let Tyler cook for this one. Pin missile connected. Was that 3 times? Yes. Thankfully we resist. Rapid spin, trying to build tentacle speed. There we go, there's our removal. That's what we needed. Thank goodness. Get Marini, get these rocks and stuff out of here. Much appreciated. See what Hamish is up to. Well, this witch from Marini. Marini still has its Eviolite, correct?
I believe so.
I believe so. This could be Vullaby. Gothita. Scary psychic type. However, now Rapid Spin, Vullaby is a bit more free switching against it.
I'm not sure what the move set other than psychic is on this Gothita.
Yeah. It's probably similar to Tyler's, so I imagine he's got Trick as well.
I think at this point you want to keep your Scarf and just...
Yeah.
So, there's something like a T-Bolt.
Thunderbolt!
Yep.
Wow.
Was good mid-ground.
Yes,
Covers
yeah.
for
No
Vullaby
power,
switch.
however.
Knockoff.
Knockoff is going to do it because of the Eviolite being knocked off, doubling Knockoff's power. That is big.
50% boost, not double.
Is it 50? My
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, knockoff on Eviolite has a weird thing where the move gets the 50% boost, but the Eviolite gives the 50% defense boost. So that after you knock it off, knockoff again will do the same amount of damage.
I see. Yes, you're right. See, there's another
Little
knockoff from
niche fun fact.
Tentacle, just trying to break out. Trying to get rid of all the items, so Yenfi's going to lose his Eviolite, I imagine. Yes, it will. Nothing. That's what expected. Eviolite. Knockoff as well. That'll finish us off. But Army Yenfi is now in a much more advantageous position, I feel like. As well as being up a fair few amount of Pokemon. Your Vullaby is still alive, however, I believe. Is it? Yeah. I want to say yes. I'm not sure. Psychic, or was that trick from the feature? I missed that. Psychic is going to go off. Into. Will not survive.
Will not live. So, memory of a goldfish, can't remember what's
Marini.
Marini, yep.
You still have Terra, so I'm probably going to see that Terra Dragon again.
Or you have to.
Yeah, if you want Marini to stay.
Please, Hamish.
Please, Hamish, do not Terra. You don't need it right now. I promise. You can survive one Psychic from this Gothita.
I think this is looking like, even with the Terror, this is looking like Raps. However, yeah, no Terror because it's Raps anyway. It's mostly just delaying the inevitable at this point.
Yeah. Well done.
It's not just the
Game 2
offensive
goes to
power.
Tyler. That's 2-0 to Lancaster so far in the entire event. There we go. In the microphone. Yes! I'll just celebrate a little bit. Come on, Lancaster. Roses are red. Been a bit loud there. Sorry. What is next? NU.
NU, yes.
Excellent. And I'm disappearing for a bit, and I believe I'm being replaced
I
by
believe it's
Josh.
Tyler.
Is it Tyler or Josh?
I can have a look, but I think it's Tyler.
It will be Tyler because Josh is playing next, so it cannot be him unless he feels like talking while he plays. So I'll hang around until Tyler comes to replace me. That's a strong start from us. The first 2 games go to us. Excellent.
I don't know if there's a different York commentator coming. I assume there is.
I believe Gatley is sticking around for NU. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll find out. We should also very briefly mention the TCG round. That is not here right now. I believe it's going on as we speak. I don't know who the York player is. You'll have to ask. But the TCG player for Lancaster is Bianca. She's an official judge for the TCG, actually. She knows everything about the TCG. Is definitely the person to go to in Lancaster if you want to know more about the card game. Tyler's here to replace me, so I'll leave you. I'll leave you now. Tyler, you can introduce yourself if you like.
There you go.
Greetings, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me properly. I'm Tyler. I'm the guy you just saw fight in Little Cup. Just trying to slowly recover off that, so hopefully the other person joining me will be able to carry commentary for like the first few minutes.
You're the goat, Tyler.
Don't worry about it, bro. Oh, I've never had to think so hard in my life. Greetings. Do you want to introduce yourself?
He's been here.
I've already been here.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, I'm slightly dumb. Yeah. I guess we just gotta wait a few as we set up the next match. I believe it's.
So we're
NU.
moving now on to NU, never used. So we've had OU previously. For those that are not familiar with the single side of competitive Pokemon, most of it is played through several usage tiers. In the event today, we will have OU, UU, RU, and NU. That's overused, underused, rarely used, and never used. To sort of give as many Pokemon as possible a metagame where they can be viable. So we've had the highest OU up first. We've just had Little Cup, which is
So
the same thing.
all the baby Pokemon that would usually just never whatsoever be used.
Yeah, and we'll now be moving on to NU, which is our lowest usage tier. So we've had our highest, now on to our lowest.
Very interesting contrast in the setup.
So NU, what have we got running around there? Chandelure is quite a strong special attacker for the format. Doesn't have many switch-ins other than your own Chandelure. You can be Flash Fire to avoid opposing Chandelure's Flamethrower. Other mons, Diancie, you have Flygon is allowed to run around.
Yeah, usually some sort of setup is very standard for the format, as the base stats are just like too low or the typings are too bad to like cooperate.
Yeah, it's a much lower power level compared to OU. I wouldn't be surprised. So we had our first warning about timer in the last set. I wouldn't be surprised if in this set we have at least one game going to timer.
To be fair, that was not planned whatsoever. We didn't expect a Little Cup to run that long, considering the HP pool is like below 30 at all times. So
Yeah, that was known for being quite a fast format, but
which
was quite a bulky team.
Yeah.
Quite bulky teams on both
Yeah.
sides.
which kind of did reflect more in the second match, as that did go by significantly faster.
Hmm. So we've got a copy of the Lancaster teams. We're looking at their preview. Believe they might have a. Oh no, we've got the team. So on Lancaster side, we'll see a Diancie, Inteleon, Cinccino, Bronzong, Chandelure, and I missed the last mon.
Oh,
We'll see it in a second.
Wait, what did you say, Bronzong? Or...
We've had Bronzong.
Oh, right. Oh, God.
That's fine. We'll see it in a
We'll
second.
see. Yeah, we'll see it in a second. Doesn't really matter.
another thing we've missed, I believe, in all the games so far, nicknames.
Oh,
Have either side had any nicknames so
Okay,
far? I
well,
think they've been missing.
Okay, so some interesting behind the scenes for people watching. is
Oh,
that
we have nicknames now.
Yeah, so we have one Lancaster person who gave everyone nicknames, and that's because we didn't know whether we were allowed to do so or not. I personally had nicknames, but removed them when I had to submit the team. So, that is probably the reason why you won't see many nicknames throughout the event.
So I think knowing Dan's teams, I
Oh, is
think
the-
we
it was-
might have some nicknames here as well.
Oh yeah, it was the muck we were missing, I think. And then the other one we have, is it Screamtail, another Chinchino, Alolan Ninetales, the Antsy again, Flygon, and second Chandelure. So more of a
Yes.
difference between the
So
teams.
Dan's got what I believe will be a sort of Snow, Aurora Veil, Hyper Offense team going on here. So looking to get Ninetales in, set up Aurora Veil, and allow other team members to set up and clean house.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I believe Josh is running more of like a Diancie setup and Inteleon crit build with usually Muck using Muck and Bronzong being the defensive backbone to remove items and keep the team healthy. If my predictions are correct.
So
So we lead off with Shiny Flygon.
Shiny Flygon.
And Shiny Muck.
I believe Dan's nicknames are for this team all inspired by the recent Twitter phenomenon known as horse race tests.
Right.
Unfortunately, I believe
the.
the in-game character limit for nicknames has kind of worked against him here.
As for the other side, I'll be honest, I have no clue what the nicknaming scheme was. He just told me what he was going to call them, and I just rolled with it.
Yeah, so... But any fans of HRT, I hope you'll enjoy Dan's nicknames here.
Taking a decent amount of time to... Oh, wait, he's found the switch in now. Alolan Ninetales might be a problematic matchup, but we'll just have to see. It goes for knockoff. This is
So knockoff is rather annoying. Oh, we're
Heavy
heavy duty
duty
boots as
boots,
opposed to
okay,
light
light
clay.
clay. That I know that isn't as common because usually you just want to set up your Aurora Veil and keep it on the field as much longer. So I am interested to see what the thought behind heavy duty boots. Did he expect? More
So
hazards?
this might be more of a offensively inclined.
I'll go
Encore.
for Encore.
Yeah, I believe this is
Trap
more of a
and what?
offensively inclined Alolan Ninetales. It might be trying to get kills itself.
Yeah.
In a lot of
Oh,
formats.
Poison Touch. Now, that actually does slightly counter because now it can no longer stay on the field as long as it usually wants to. It has put it on a time limit, which kind of made the Encore go against it slightly. Like, it's still in a more optimal position, but the Poison Touch is huge here, especially for chip damage.
So we do have the Aurora Veil going up. Bronzong switching in.
Right now, this Bronzong is solidly on the field. It's not probably going to, or not much Ninetales can do in this situation. I think they're probably going to switch out or try and cause some chaos, perhaps. But it depends on whether they think a sack is. Oh, foul play.
So foul play. Will
Unfortunately, Bronzong isn't known for having the highest attack stat. Goes for flash cannon and.
It does
kills.
have a good phys def stat to
Yeah.
weaken the damage as well.
Usually more bulky and special attack oriented, but the foul play might have been helpful into perhaps a different mon. But I do get it. You pretty much the sacrifice to reset tempo on the field.
Well, I think it's a bit of a high offense team, so there's not much in the way
Yeah.
of being able to switch stuff safely. And hyper offense being known for being centered around sacking mons to then bring something else in. Quite a fast sort of team structure.
Which I suppose is very useful for keeping tempo. However, it does have the big advantage of you needing to sacrifice a lot of mons that could potentially help you more in the late game. So it's a very high risk reward sort of game plan here, and we could probably see this in how long it's taking to find a switch in. Probably thinking about every single option and who they can sack. Flygon is indeed back now. On the field. Throat chop does decent damage and prevents it using sound moves. Snow has ended. And
So
runs on.
Well, I believe Bronzong
he went
clicked Psychic Noise,
yeah,
so that got shut down.
Yeah. For those who
So
don't
quite
know,
good for
yeah,
Dan.
Throat Chop prevents all sound-based moves, and it's tried
So-
to use the Psychic Noise move, which does classify as sound, so it
That's-
cancelled out.
Yeah, so quite smart play there. Good call out from Dan. Very nicely done.
It was a very hard predict that. Ooh. Goes hard swap out. Does that suggest it's potentially banded? Goes into Chandelure. Well, we see
Probably
a double
calling
swap.
out the switch from.
We see Alolan Lock has re-entered the field. Does exude a lot of pressure on the Chandelure, as it's one of the only things that can reliably do damage to it in this format. Especially because of how specially bulky it is. It's unlikely to go down on one turn unless a crit or something happens. Is a bit unfortunate that Flygon did switch out first, as it did give Josh the counter switch into Chandelure. We do see Terra pop.
So the timing didn't matter.
Yeah.
You both choose a switch at the same time.
Oh right, I didn't know that's what it
The
was.
Terra Grass.
Terra Grass, probably predicting the knockoff if I'm guessing. Goes for
So-
overheat. Ooh, barely misses the KO. Unfortunate. And here comes the knockoff.
To remove
With
choice
choice
specs.
packs or a very big damage nerf, considering it now has minus special attack and no longer has the benefit of choice specs and Aurora Veil. That's probably why it did so
I believe
low
it was
damage.
still kill.
Mm.
Well, it did over
Well, it did-
300. When you lose choice specs and you have -2, it will do around a third of the damage. So it's possibly a roll, but
Yeah.
um,
But either
clicking
way,
overheat
yeah.
again will decent chance kill this Alolan Muck.
Yeah. But it has done its job in disrupting a lot of the core mons at the moment. So whether he chooses to sack or keep it around, either way, this Chandelure is heavily nerfed for the rest of this game.
I don't know, 145 special attack is still a nuke.
True, but we've removed like just a bit of the nuclear power from this bomb, which is very helpful. Goes for
Yep,
a second
clicking it again.
overheat. Ooh,
Yep.
wow, yeah.
That's Chandelure power for you.
That Chandelure power.
And at this point, going for it again will kill, but it's probably getting sacked.
It goes
So
Tail Slap, a very slow and painful death, but it eventually does pick up the KO. Chandelure is no longer in play. And as well, their Terror.
I didn't see the item, but I believe this probably is Technician loaded dice.
Yeah, considering that you want to always have as much power as possible, Plus, there's not really any other item that it wants to run, so I suspect it's probably Loaded Dice Technician. Flygon has now re-entered the field for a third time. Probably trying to reset tempo. Yep, goes for a U-turn and it picks up the KO.
Yep.
I think that was pretty much the expected play, as they have lower resources, so they probably needed a clean switch.
So we have Superstitious R, who I believe is meant to be Superstitious Realism. The White Horse from HRT.
And we have no scope. Will we see a 360 against this HRT? Let's find out. We are hoping for a big crit here from, yep, Snipe Shot. Does find the crit and does KO. We are slightly worried about the crits because the player is very notorious for having bad luck, so we are hoping for as many crits as possible. Greentail now enters the field for the first time. Photosynthesis. Speed. Okay. Is this more of an attacker, or is this meant to be some sort of support re-tempo? I'm not actually sure against Screamtail.
I think at this low enough power level, Screamtail being more offensively inclined can actually work.
We see Alola Muck come back in, probably. Oh, Calm Mind. Interesting. Yep. I mean, I suppose it was reliable because it already has high special defense, but doing that against someone who can reliably crit is a bit scary. Shadow Sneak for a bit of shift and maybe a Poison Touch proc.
Well, I mean, I suppose we are faster with the...
Yeah, with the booster energy. I think what he's just trying to do there is just hoping and praying that Poison Touch could potentially proc and you know, put it on a timer. Unfortunately, didn't get it, but it was worth a shot. And plus, it's reliable chip. There's not much Muck does for the rest of the match, so I suppose that was a worthwhile trade. Dazzling Gleam does alright damage. The Shadow Ball. Holy.
Yeah, I don't think Screamtail gets a lot to hit this Chandelure is the problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I believe, what was it? We only saw 3 of its moves, and that was Dazzling Gleam, which is resisted, Boom Burst, which is immune, and Calm Mind, which doesn't help a lot. So we don't know what the 4th move is, but I'm assuming that it probably didn't do a lot. Now the question is, do we have anything that could potentially deal with this Chandelure left? We do have
Jovial
the
Mary,
yeah.
the GOAT of HRT, the Orange Horse. Unfortunately, didn't have enough letters to fit its full name, Jovial Merriment.
Bronzong now re-enters and it tries to set up Trick Room. This is pretty unfortunate, as I believe this Bronzong is extremely slow, so now they've actually made Bronzong faster. Which is very unfortunate. They perhaps thought they were only trying to swap into the Chandelure would stay on the field.
We do have an update from TCG, and Lancaster has won it, so it's now 3-0 to Lancaster. It was 2-1, I believe.
Yeah. Thank you for the update. But yeah, Flygon has now re-entered the field, and Bronzong has set up an Iron Defense. This is pretty huge because now it reliably nerfs its damage. Body Press in Trick Room now at speeds and does quite a lot, and Throat Chop unfortunately doesn't do as much as I think they were perhaps hoping. Which, to be fair, this Bronzong now has like 1 billion defense, so... And does pick up the KO now. It seems that the self-inflicted Trick Room has been very detrimental in this matchup, as it's only helped the opponent more, which is very unfortunate. Well, now we have Jovial Merriment back in the field, and Flash Cannon, unfortunately. Doesn't KO, but I don't think it will last long.
So, with Power Herb, Meteor Beam will activate in 1 turn.
Unfortunately, does not KO, so unless Dimensions twist back into being normal,
I'm not sure what the count was, it might be this turn.
it
Yeah,
now
it is,
turns.
yeah.
So now the Stiancy does now outspeed Bronzong, but it's a question of does it have enough firepower to kill it? Goes for Moonblast.
Moonblast.
Barely misses the KO, very low. Special attack drop, but considering how low it is, I don't think it matters. And yep, that is game 1. A very interesting back and forth.
So I'm getting very, as the York representative on comms, getting very worried now because with that update, we are 1 game potentially away from the event already being decided.
Yeah, which is very scary, but hey, roses are red, am I right, guys? We are clean sweeping this event. Just need 1 more win, and we have practically claimed it within, what, the first half of the event.
Yeah, very unbiased, very professional comms going on here.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens when you have 1 Lancaster and 1 York caster at all times. There's obviously going to be some bias, but AO. Not much we can do about that. Just trying to set up the second game now. Do you think there's going to be any major change in strategy between game 1 and game 2?
Dan might bring his other team.
Yeah.
Other than that,
I know Josh. Okay, yeah. I know Josh does have a second team, but it's a question of does he think that go tried and true, or does he try and throw off his opponent with a second team? Oh, okay. It appears that Josh has brought the same team again. Wild.
so Dan has brought his other team. I believe the nickname
Dan,
theme for
yeah.
this team is Vocaloid songs. Dan can remind me after which Vocaloid.
Yeah, and I'm not an expert on the topic, unfortunately, again, which is very unfortunate for me because I cannot really say much about the nicknames, but hey, at least we have the familiar nicknames from Josh.
I believe they're Teto nicknames.
Ah, see.
Yeah, Kasane Teto nicknames, I believe.
Hmm.
So we've had our HRT fans happy with the last team. Any Kasane Teto fans in chat, make yourselves known. You'll like these nicknames.
We have Override, the Kilowatt Drill, and Wine Gum Rustia Amok. Same lead up as before for Josh, but Dan, obviously having a different team, switched it up. Based on the last strategy, I think it's just going to be another knockoff fest of just trying to get rid of all the opponent's items. We do see an immediate Volt switch. which is kind of helpful because if he believes he's going for knockoff, he can choose which mon loses an item. Scyther, and does in fact lose its all. Heavy duty boot, that's unfortunate. Does a
What do you have in the way of hazards?
I'm unsure actually. I think potentially there's like rocks or something, which to be fair, is like standard for Flygon to try and not get hit by because it will lose half of its HP if it enters on that. But Shadow Sneak doesn't kill unless Poison Touch does activate. We didn't see this last
It
time.
might barely
Potentially
live.
kill. Goes for dual Wing Beat. Doesn't pick up any KO, but good damage. But yeah, which I think having heavy duty boots everywhere is a bit unfortunate, as Josh is barely. But I think with Shadow Sneak, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah.
Which I think is unfortunate of the amount of heavy duty boots we've seen because Josh's team doesn't really rely on hazards as much.
Yep. So
Shadow Sneak, yeah.
Scyther makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense because there's not much else you could do in that scenario. Taking a decent while to probably think this is a very sticky situation he's now in. The mon he thought you could kill this mock is no longer here. Flygon is re-entered, or entered for the first time.
So it's a different nickname. Can't remember off the top of my head if the settings will be different.
Perhaps. Although Flygon is pretty much the best mon in the format, so it usually has a somewhat standard moveset. Goes for another Shadow Sneak. Does not get the Poison Touch proc. And sacks. I believe that was pretty much planned. Hope for a poison. If you get it, then you're chilling. If you don't, then, not as fortunate because you weren't really going to use Muck for the rest of the game. Josh now deciding what he wants to do, and he does go back into goes into Bronzong, which has proven to be a very good surprisingly good counter against this Flygon. Has swapped out.
So Machine Love is our own Bronzong.
We see a Bronzong Ditto. Psychic Noise doing very little damage, but does prevent healing. So if this Bronzong, Psychic Noise, for those who don't know, has the secondary effect of stopping your opponent from getting any HP back for a few turns. And as you can just see, the Bronzong was denied leftovers with it.
Yeah, it will be allowed healing again this time. Psychic Noise cancels on switch.
Goes for Stealth Rocks, tries to set up hazards, but unfortunately the Chandelure, which is the big thing you want to put hazards against, is now on the field. And the Psychic Noise has gone away.
So it switches, right, it removes after when leftovers would trigger, so it's still one turn of effect.
Yeah, so we did get it actually. Machine Love is now swapped out, probably scared that Chandelure would just blow it up.
Tesso territory is the fancy.
Goes for Shadow Ball. Does a surprising amount of damage. I think this was the more reliable move because if you chose a fire move, it probably would have been hard resisted by this Yancey.
If anyone is watching and has a problem with the fact that the Tesso song names can't fit in the number of characters you're allowed for a nickname, write to Game Freak. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you.
Yes, they will always reply to your messages no matter what, and I'll be honest, I don't know how many people care about that, but hey-oh, you can try.
It's very important stuff.
Yes, we love our ridiculously long nicknames. So now we're back in the scenario of Bronzong versus Diancie. As proven before, Diancie doesn't do much against this in this matchup. So here's the switch. Probably trying to prevent the trick room scenario from the last game where it benefited benefited Josh's team more than Dan. Goes for flash cannon, lands a crit, but unfortunately doesn't do a lot because of how absolutely massive Chandelore's special defense is. Not as high as special attack, but still pretty huge.
It's only base 90.
True.
Base 90, base 60 HP. Its main draw is
Special attack.
being that 145 special attack, so it is a nuke button.
Yeah. There's the question of does it nuke it properly? Is trying to get that into position.
I mean, I believe into this team, just dropping over specs overheats is a nuke button.
Interesting that we haven't seen a lot of Terror yet. We've only seen one in the entire between the two games so far.
Yes.
Goes into the Minccino, goes for Shadow Ball.
Shadow
Unfortunately,
Ball, yeah.
which is very unfortunate, as proven by last game. It is in fact choiced, meaning it cannot pick another move.
It is a
meaning-
different team, it might be.
It could be a different move,
Although I do believe most of the time Chandelure is a choice item,
which
just
is
to push it over the edge in terms of its damage output.
yeah, either damage output or speed. Usually choice Scarf or choice Specs. So yeah, we've pretty much proven as they did swap out into Machine Love. Goes for Tidy Up, which
So Tidy Up will
increase
remove
its-
any hazards and
increase their attack and speed stat, which is good for sweeping and repositioning. So we no longer have to worry about the chip of Stealth Rock, which is very helpful for Chandelure. Knockoff does a significant amount of Bronzong's HP, as well as removing its leftovers, meaning it doesn't really have much heals. It has set up a iron defense, so perhaps they can maybe sweep back. Knockoff doesn't do enough, unfortunate. Like Noise does a bit of chip. I think they're in a very unique scenario where none of them really want to swap out, but they don't do a lot of damage to each other, so they kind of just sit on the field until one goes down, and that will be and that will be the Bronzong. So with its speed up and as well as tail slap continually hitting and knock off, I am wondering what the counter strat will be from Dan, as they are running low on options. We do see Tito Terra come back in.
so this will resist both stabs, but Bronzong will just switch
Yeah.
in.
Bronzong will unfortunately just come back in and pretty much stall it. Will we see another trick room situation? No, body press does respectable damage considering there's been no buff so far. We haven't seen a Diamond Storm or any sort of setup from Diancie, but that is probably because it doesn't have room to. I think Bronzong is a very big counter to both teams, as its most reliable damage dealers, or like its most reliable setup in Flygon and Diancie doesn't take a lot. And sure, Chandelure does kill Bronzong, but you can have answers to it in the back. So I think once Chandelure falls this game, it'll pretty much be under wraps, as Bronzong can pretty much out-tank everything. But there is still hope. Perhaps a lucky crit or some sort of misplay could swing the match back in York's favour. We do see the Terror come out, which is expected, as I think this Diancie needs to sweep as soon as possible. We see Terra Water, which I believe is somewhat standard. You either want a Terra Fairy or Terra Water in NU.
And here comes the Diamond Storm, hoping for a defense increase. Does get it. However, it's going to use Psychic Noise, which I believe cancels out its leftovers and healing from Draining Kiss. And this Bronzong is sitting on the field, which is a problem. However, Diancie now has the opportunity to start calm minding and slowly roll the game in their favor. It's unfortunate that they had to effectively burn their terror to do so, but I feel like this was pretty much the moment to do it, and you see how much of a difference Body Press now does with that Diamond Storm increase. I believe, isn't it like a 50-50?
I think so.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, when you use Diamond Storm, there is a 50% chance that your defense will increase or not. And you just saw it here. And Body Press is all unlucky. Body Press
Well,
is,
quite lucky actually.
yeah, unlucky.
Thank you very much, Crit.
Yeah, thank you, Crit. Yeah, as we can see, Body Press is a move that, unlike most, does damage based on the user's defense instead of their attack stats, which is why the Diamond Storm Diamond Increase made it do a lot more damage.
Hang on.
Oh, we've had a disconnect. That is unfortunate. Just hanging tight as we try and figure out what is happening.
I don't really know what happens in this situation.
Yeah. I think if we want to try and make it even, maybe it would give the game to York, or we just decide who's doing better, or do we just rerun it?
Are you aware of
No.
console overheated?
Oh,
The console was overheated, so
these games have been so fired that the
York's overheated and automatically went into sleep mode, which obviously leaves the game.
that is unfortunate. The games so far have been so fired that York Switch has now proceeded to burn. All right, okay.
Okay, well, we're
Welcome.
back.
Welcome back, everyone. For those who haven't been tuned in, we'll just give you the relative update of what happened. So, unfortunately, this Nintendo Switch that York was using had overheated in the middle of the battle. As per the rules of the format, that game will be null and we'll have to replay, meaning we have potentially up to 2 matches if Dan wins, or this will be the last match of NU if Josh wins. For those who were here during the intermission, thank you for sticking around. And for those who are just joining back, sorry for the delay. I've just been sat here commentating for quite a while, so I hope that my York fellow person casting from York can carry the commentary as my voice is dying. Here we see Cypher leading off this time, and Muck again. Potentially a better matchup, as Cypher might be able to get the KO or Muck now, and we are aware that it is running heavy-duty boots. So whether he goes for knockoff or poison jab and tries to find extra damage, we don't know. Goes to a wind beat. Does just over half the HP. And here comes the knockoff. Unfortunately, no poison touch with it. Bronzong now enters on a dual wing, but unfortunately misses the dual wing beat. Very unfortunate for York, but that also just might be karma for the whole Switch dying thing. Goes for U-turn.
It's not karma.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not their fault. That
Yeah,
the
true.
Switch decided that it felt like melting.
True, but it was a different start lead up, so whether you think it's fair or not is, I suppose, up to you. Fair enough, apologies for my comment. Taking a while to think for a switch. And we see the Bronzong Ditto into a Psychic Noise, which is going to stop its leftovers. Now, will we see some epic Bell versus Bell gameplay, or are we just probably going to experience a swap? See a setup for Iron Defense on the Lancaster side, and a Body Press. Unfortunately, not going to do a lot of damage thanks to the increase. It seems unless Dan also has Iron Defense to set up, this Bronzong will just outlive, or Ding Dong will outlive Michael. Is that Michael? Machine Love, or is that Machine Love?
Machine Love.
Sorry, my apologies.
And then we have Ultra Trailer, the Chandelure. So we're back to the Teto nicknames team this game.
Yeah. And obviously, Chandelure, being a ghost type, is immune to the body press, so no damage off. Bronzong coming back into the Alolan Muck. That makes sense based on those potential damage. Goes for Shadow Ball. Doesn't KO. It is quite specially bulky and resistant. Do you think with leftovers it can potentially live a Shadow Ball, or do you think it will KO? if it
I missed
chooses
the
to
damage
stay.
on that last one.
It was at I think they were around 200, and now it went just below 100, but then
Then
Black
maybe force the
Sludge.
switch, yeah.
Force the switch into
And lose your head is the Cypher, so
Cypher.
we might just be seeing a sack here. Yeah.
yeah, we see the sack. Scyther doesn't do as much in the matchup, so I suppose it makes sense.
Yeah.
We're seeing how reliable Alola Muck is as just a defensive backbone, constantly using knockoff. We do see the entrance of Overdrive, the Kilowatt Troll. Probably just gonna Volt Switch to reset tempo, but potentially something else. Goes for Shadow Sneak. Doesn't get Poison Touch, and goes for Thunderbolt, I suppose.
Oh, I like the look of that. So we might
It might
see a full para on a potential Shadow Sneak that's fishing for a Poison
Yeah.
Touch.
However, it is
Will we see the
unfortunate.
full para?
No. I will say it is a very unfortunate situation because it was. I presume it used Thunderbolt thinking it would pick up the KO, but left it on, I believe, 6 HP, which gave it a chance to get 2 Shadow Sneaks off. No Poison proc, which is very good for York. However, the extra turn of damage is unfortunate. And we see the Chandelure re-enter the field, exuding a lot of pressure onto Kilowatt Troll. However, I believe it's probably just going to Volt Switch because there's not a lot of reasons to
Well, I think if
hard
the
swap.
Chandelure will probably Shadow Ball rather
rather
than go for
unless
a big
it's
fire move.
unless they believe it's like Choice Scarf and it could potentially outspeed, but
No,
Kilowatt
they're
Troll.
worried about switching to Chandelure.
It is Choice Scarf because I don't think Chandelure normally outspeeds Kilowatt Troll. It goes for Shadow Ball
Yeah,
and
it
does
doesn't
pick up the
at all, so
KO.
it must be Scarf.
Yeah. Kilowatt Troll is probably one of the fastest mon in the format, meaning the only way that could happen is either just a tie and it getting unfortunate, or a Choice Scarf, which is way more likely. And we see Diancie re-enter. Chandelure swapping out, which makes sense. There's not a lot it can do against Diancie. And we see, now a Diancie Ditto. Goes for Diamond Storm. Will it get the defense increase? No, it does not.
Increase there.
Very unfortunate for York. They fail to land the 50-50. You see York's Diancie swap out to Machine Love, so that'll be a Bronzong.
So Bronzong's come back in.
And now we see a Diamond Storm on
again.
the other side of the field. Will Lancaster get the defense increase? No, it will
No.
not. Which I suppose is fair.
Yeah, no luck either side.
No dice. Now there is the question of will we see anything Terror, but considering how last match went, I don't believe so. We see Lancaster's Diancie swap into which is Inteleon. He's back on the field. Tries to set up hazards. Unsure how useful this will be at this point, or actually potentially for Chandelure, but perhaps more raw damage into Inteleon could have been a bit more helpful, but we'll just have to see.
Dark
Pulse,
for a flinch.
or just a KO. That was a crit, and that is boosted by its ability Sniper. Body Press does not do as much.
No, we'll definitely see a...
I will say,
Probably
significant.
dead
Yeah,
ones on here.
yeah. Significantly lucky that Inteleon managed to get the crit there. For those who don't know, Inteleon's ability is every time they score a critical hit, the damage is even further boosted. And Dark Pulse is not a move that has a boosted crit ratio. That was just a normal crit, which is very lucky.
But there is scope lens.
Oh yeah, there is. It's
So
scope.
there
Yeah,
is a
so
higher chance of
a
crit
critting.
with the item scope lens.
which I believe
um,
makes it a 1 in 8. Is it? Or is
I
it 1 in
believe so.
16?
I'm not
Yeah.
too sure how the improved crit ratio, what it bumps it up to.
Yeah.
1 in 8 sounds about right.
Yeah.
There.
I know Snipe Shot is a borderline guaranteed crit every time, but
So I think it might push up to possibly, I think as much as you could possibly push up to is like 50%.
yeah.
1 in 2, which is still quite nutty.
Yeah. Especially considering Sniper is further boosting that, so that's not a. What is it? It increases from 1.5 to 2 times, is it? On crit damage? I'm
I
not too
couldn't
sure.
tell you.
It's somewhere in that area.
Very knowledgeable comms once again.
Yeah.
I'd like to mention.
Yes, we both know NU very well. We see Flygon coming, tries to pick up the KO with Outrage. Unfortunately, Bronzong eats that. So it is now stuck into Outrage, as once you use the move, you cannot switch or change your move until it's either done 2 to 3 attacks. It is locked in for 3 moves.
Or if you get a fairy type, you'll get locked out early.
Oh yeah, or
thrown out early.
so we see the Bronzong try to body press it. Did alright damage, but not as much as I believe they were hoping for. We see Bronzong leave again and come into Diancie. This makes sense, as it's going to be just a move to Outrage, which will end it early. And we see the confusion. So there's a very small chance that this can be very unfortunate for York. We now see the Diancie Ditto on both sides, with Lancaster setting up a Calm Mind, which might give a slight damage benefit, but I'm not sure what moves they're running, so might not be helpful. See Diamond Storm. Lancaster's does get the defense increase, and York has gone for Encore, which will now lock it into Diamond Storm, which could be alright. I'm not too sure, actually. It is not doing a lot of damage, so I'm presuming that's pretty bad. But I'm not too sure. Do you have any thoughts? There.
Bangalore coming back in, taking.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That is a
has
good
been-
call by Dan.
That is a very hard
Big
read.
threat out. Big threat out the door for Lancaster, so that is quite a nice advantage for York.
I wonder what what Josh was trying to predict. Do you think he was trying to predict like a fairy move or something?
Body press.
Oh, body press, right? Yeah, that makes more sense.
Like if you're going into a ghost, I would more imagine that body press is the call out that you're going for.
You see,
Yeah.
No Scope try to re-enter, hoping to perhaps fish for a crit, as a crit will do a lot, but does burn Terror, which makes sense. This Diancie is in a very good position, so it might as well just stay on the field.
So we're back to seeing the Terra Water Diancie, as
Snipe
we
shot.
saw before the melting of the switch.
Yeah. Snipe Shot didn't get a crit, but I don't think it mattered because terrible Diancie will basically just eat that thing up, so...
Yeah.
It appears that, unfortunately, Lancaster is running low on options. It seems that the switch melting was very favourable for York.
Oh, we were in the same position before, so I don't think
True.
it's very favourable actually at all.
Fair.
Yeah, if anything, we're now in a similar spot as to before. One mon less down on either side. This tail slap doing absolutely nothing. Diancie completely eating.
But we do get...
Oh,
we get one crit.
One crit.
Does not eat it, unfortunately. It does take a good burst damage. Goes for Diamond Storm. Doesn't land the KO, but will we get the defense boost? It does.
Big defense boost.
Unfortunately, this Minchino doesn't have a lot of coverage, so it can't really hit it for super effective moves. Goes for Tail Slap again, maybe hoping for one of these to be another crit.
Yeah, we'll need some. You'll be able to roll for up to 5 hits
crit.
worth of crit chance.
Unfortunately, no crit. We do see another Diamond
for
Storm.
you, big Diamond Storm for us.
Will we see another defense increase? No, we do not.
No defense increase this time. Just the leftovers recovery. But we're looking in a good spot on the York side. Not much else. We've only got the Bronzong and Diancie left. We might hopefully see our first video game win for York.
Go for Draining Kiss. Doesn't KO, but we get a bit of recovery back.
Bit of recovery. We get body press off.
Doesn't.
Chunk.
Does big damage, but doesn't pick up the KO. If this Draining Kiss is a high roll or potentially a crit, there is a good chance that we could potentially swing the game back. Goes for Draining Kiss, doesn't KO.
Doesn't KO. So
very fortunate for York, not so much for Lancaster.
Yeah, absolutely love to see this.
Body press,
Big
and that
body
leaves
press,
Bronzong, who listen, I don't want to say it's over, but I do not believe this Bronzong has enough firepower to get through everything past the Yancy, even if it kills it. And it is already at like half of its HP, so one big damage hit, and I think it's done.
So it takes a little bit of extra chip to rocks. Big body press.
Big body press kills.
And that's a game to York, finally. Very good to see.
Congratulations to York for their first game win. Leave it to
absolutely amazing stuff. Love to see it.
But to
time for me to be unbiased.
Yeah. Oh great. No, yeah, now
so
you can be
biased.
Unbiased. I don't know whether I might just be a cursed commentator or something.
It's all right. Keep it up.
Listen, I hope you experience a lot of crits in your future.
That's all right. I'm playing after this, so.
Oh yes.
Guess we'll get to see.
It's very unfortunate because the Lancaster player is known for their terrible luck. So them being,
a little bit more of that then, please.
Yeah. can you sort out your luck, please? I am begging, because I know that's the stereotype, but please, Josh, I need you to lock in. Curious to see if we'll see any team switch ups between the two players. It seems
is that the same again from Lancaster?
I believe so. From I don't think the stream picked it up, but I believe from our perspective, Josh has locked in the same team for all matches, which is fair. If you know a team off by heart, then you might as well use it. And it seems
we've got the Cypher team again from Dan.
Yeah, so same team on both sides, which makes sense. Josh is obviously used this team quite a lot, and he's used to it. And this was the team that won Dan a game, so it also makes sense that he is chosen to rerun it. And we have the first third match of any format now running. For Yorkside, they've sent in Flygon and Lancaster sent in Diancie. Somewhat of a balanced matchup. Fairy is good against Dragon, but Ground is good against Rock, so it will be an interesting position for both teams. Flygon goes for U-turn, maybe trying to reposition or predict the switch, or perhaps it doesn't have a ground move. Going into Machine Love the Bronzong, which is a very standard counter. We see Diancie going for Draining Kiss, doesn't do a lot of damage, but will get it back to full from the
Pretty
U-turn.
negligible damage. I imagine Bronzong will get most of this back. Yeah, almost
Almost
back to
all.
full. So
The
we've now got
Lancaster deciding to just shred the Terra instantly. Going for a more offensive play. Clicks the Diamond Storm button. Will we see a defense increase? Yes, we do.
So that's quite big for you guys. Going for rocks. I imagine calling out a possible switch. But the early Terror just be quite big. See if anything else on the York side can come in and take it out. Calm Mind, possibly quite massive.
Does get the Calm Mind off, and now it is extremely bulky. This is how most Diancie slowly start to sweep. It goes for Psychic Noise, which will cancel out all healing for the next few turns, but it does very little damage.
The Draining Kiss will get muted here completely, at least for a bit, until the next Psychic Noise is applied. So
goes for Terra Blast, using its new Terra Water typing as a damaging move, which is now neutral. Doing alright damage to Bronzong, considering how bulky it is.
the problem that Dan's got is he can't really switch out into anything safely, but also doesn't want to give this Diancie the opportunity to set up a bunch, and essentially be in the reverse spot of last game. So, if anything, going for the Terra Blast and not choosing to keep set up on this, I'm not sure that's the best play that they could be going for with this Diancie.
True.
But it depends on what counterplay Dan could have.
Yeah, it's a very interesting dichotomy because Lancaster's running more special oriented Diancie, where Diamond Storm's entire purpose is to give you the defense increase, then you Calm Mind up, and then effectively you're bulky against both types. While York's is a lot more physical, you use Diamond Storm to buff your defense and then just spam body press on most of the mons. So I believe it was to perhaps try and get the setup sweep, because if Dan switches out, that gives Lancaster a turn for either free setup or free damage. So I believe that's the logic, yeah.
To finish off Bronzong. I'm
and
still
lands
not
a crit.
convinced that not setting up on the Bronzong is the play here.
I'll just say that crit definitely mattered. Definitely necessary for that KO, 100%. I'm obviously being sarcastic. We do see Chandelure coming, probably Energy Ball if I had to predict.
We've seen Terra Grass already on the other Chandelure, but it's not. I don't think the Terra's been revealed on this one because we've had the Diancie Terra on the Voided game and the last game that we just had. Energy Ball with no Terra.
Does very little. It's a resist.
It does enough chip, and you keep Terra in the back.
unfortunately, based on Dan's playstyle, it's more than obvious that he's running mostly specs on his Chandelures, which meaning that he can only really do that chip damage, which potentially give a free knockoff. Yep, we see the switch out from.
I mean, just
Chandelure.
Chandelure in the tier is just a choice item always.
Yeah.
It's not a playstyle thing. The Mon, that's just what it does.
Yeah, goes for knockoff on Diancie, which will lose its leftovers.
Probably one of the better victims, as far as I'm aware, for knockoff on this team. Poison Jab will be neutral.
However, with Poison Jab and Poison Touch, there is an increased chance that we can see a poison come off, which can negate some healing.
Big
Diamond Storm gets the defense increase, but Micah's trying to get the poison proc, and we do see it.
The Poison Touch.
This does, unless Diancie can get so much from Draining Kiss, I believe this puts it on a timer, which is very good considering Diancie's whole thing is trying to set up and sweep. Second Diamond Storm doesn't pick up the KO, but will we see
We get another defense boost.
increase?
Rather
Goes for a
large.
Draining Punch,
Drain
perhaps,
Punch.
just trying to get some healing. It's probably
Well, it
not.
doesn't
Yeah,
do anything really.
yeah. Well, when
Um,
you have 4 times defense, then doesn't do a lot. However,
If
the
anything, you
poison.
would go for Poison Jab because Poison Jab has stab and Drain Punch doesn't.
Yeah, and we see one last Shadow Sneak, probably because the anti outspeeds, so it's trying to just get a little bit of chip damage before it goes down. So this Diancie is now in position for body press sweeping. However, it is on a timer and is now in red. So if it takes damage, it'll probably go down next turn. If not, then it probably has 2 turns at most, unless it uses Draining Kiss. And we see Chandelure coming in. Probably makes sense. It doesn't have any special defense increase, and it is a nuke. Does pick up the KO on Diancie. I'd say that's a reasonable trade, Muck for Diancie. There's not a... Besides perhaps Chandelure, there's not a lot you want to use against it.
So
Flygon has now entered the field.
we've already seen a burned Terror.
Goes for U-turn,
calling out
a
switch.
switch.
Not a bad play because otherwise you give a Bronzong a free in.
Yeah.
I can't remember if Bronzong's still alive. I'm sure it's dead.
Lancaster's is, York's isn't. But I believe he now has the option, considering that all Chandelure are choiced. So it's pretty much going to be a situation where he's just choosing them on to go in on Shadow Ball, presumably. You see it choose
So Slifer's
Cypher.
not very good in this matchup, particularly as we've established. So I suppose it's a bit of a prime candidate
Yeah.
for a sack.
Sack. Perhaps trying just to get a clean switch into a better matchup. Unfortunate, because I know Scyther is a very fun mon in NU, just like Technician and doing a reliable damage, but in this matchup, not so much. We see the return of Flygon, perhaps going for a different move or trying to make a different call. Depends on whether we think we're going to see raw damage or whether we're going to see a second U-turn.
So we're seeing a switch from the Chandelure. Coming in is Bronzong.
Goes for an
Earthquake.
earthquake, but is immune
Yeah.
due to levitate.
Unfortunately, the wrong call this time around.
That is very unfortunate for York, as this Flygon had gotten 2 wrong calls. And based on its playstyle, I believe it's probably Choice Band or Choice Scarf. So it will have to switch here into Chandelure, which makes sense. Psychic Noise. Not to be fair, did more damage than I expected from a Bronzong onto Chandelure.
So it doesn't care about psychic noise. Just click Shadow Ball here. The only thing that can really come in is Cinccino. Yep, huge Shadow Ball. How much will this do?
Well, kill.
Oh, yeah, I imagine pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
Chandelure's special attack is absolutely massive.
And I believe based on play style and speed tiers, it's probably choice spec. So yeah, that was an even bigger boost. Super effective. Bronzong has decent special defense, but not to that much. However, now being a choice item is now forced to swap. Goes into overdrive. And we see a Tidy Up, which will remove the Stealth Rocks placed by Bronzong and will give this Cinccino a speed and attack boost. So perhaps we're now looking at a potential Cinccino play. Goes for Tail Slap.
Will
Pretty comfortably
Cinccino
KO.
down at this lower power level after a Tidy Up has a much easier time sweeping than in the higher tiers. So I'm trying to remember what's left on York's side.
Chandelure, I believe they have... There's something else besides it.
Lidar, so we have the
Flygon.
Flygon coming back.
And yeah, they only have Chandelure and Flygon.
So between the two moves on this Cinccino, it does just have quite a good time here.
Yeah. York finally using their
Terra Steel on Flygon.
Unfortunate because I believe Cinccino didn't use a normal move, but it will keep it alive longer. Goes for knockoff.
Yeah.
Does half and removes his choice scar. And it goes for an
Outrage. Will
not
barely
KO.
not kill. That's quite unfortunate. I don't know if the head calc's on deck to know if that was possible to kill. I imagine
it was probably
was.
pretty high, but unfortunately missed
really
the roll.
roll.
I believe that Cinccino just wants to do chip damage. It didn't expect to be this long,
So between Tail Slap
Oh
and
no! Oh, that's so rough. That is such an unfortunate roll for York.
Yeah, the Tail Slap into knockoff here, I believe, closes out the game.
Yes, as now, because this is the last mon and it is choiced, it now has a very difficult decision. It needs to pick the move that it thinks will do the most damage, but knockoff will just kill. And that is game, which does make it 4-0 to Lancaster, which does secure their overall victory, but there is still many more games to play.
Yeah, so we're at the point where York can't catch up, but we still will have, shortly to come, we will have underused VGC and rarely used still to play. Everyone's been practicing, and it wouldn't be fair to just call it there as far as things not getting played. But overall, the event has sort of been decided. Now it's up to Lancaster to see if they can get the full sweep, or if we can stop them.
Yeah.
God, I hope we can.
Yeah. Preferably, York is probably looking for a 4-3 to try and make it as close as possible, but hopefully we'll get the Lancaster sweep, and I think we have now proven at this point that roses are in fact red. Anyway, I believe I'm now hopping off of commentary in between the break.
Yeah,
so
we're
it's
both
been
glitching, so there'll be another commentator from York as well. There'll be the other Dan on shortly.
yippee.
Soon to be outgoing president, who's done a very good job this year. They'll be able to tell us all about the UU, VGC, and RU formats. All right.
Well, I'm back while we wait for our next commentators to come. It's underused next. Don't know much about the format, but yeah, slight intermission. But yeah, there's only 7 fixtures in Roses. So Lancaster have won 4, which means Lancaster have now won the Pokemon Roses. But of course, it's still all to play for with York because they want to play for bragging, not bragging rights, but they just want to play for honor. And so keep tuned. I don't know when the next commentators are going to be here. I believe the next commentator for Lancaster is Josh, who just played the NU format and won us Roses. Well, won Lancaster Roses.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're here.
We're here.
I don't know what to say. I was in the swing of it, but
Oh, sorry, Alan.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For God's sake. Yeah, hi. Lancaster captain here. Just here to quickly pop in and say, roses are red for anyone
They
watching
are.
at home. We did it again, boys. We're just setting up for you now, trading switches over
Yeah.
with York. All good.
Okay, yeah, and we've got the man of the hour with us, our next commentator, Josh. How's it feel?
Pretty alright.
That's good. That's a great reaction. Enthusiastic as always.
Oh, you know, NU is always going to take a while. We don't know why.
Yeah, oh, it did take a while.
Destiny decides.
I was a bit shaky after the second game, but
I'm not proud of my actions in the second game, I must say.
no, it was the tail slap with no crits was.
That's life.
Yeah, I mean it is your kind of brand, isn't it? So
Okay. What can I say other than I'm brand loyal to the end? Oh, yeah.
yeah, so we're just setting things up now. It's underused next. I was going to explain the format, and I realized I don't know what the format is. So
Underused, much like most of the other used formats, is about usage, and underused being basically the ones that get used sometimes. You'll never hear an NU mon, but you'll recognize a few.
yeah,
I'll
you
say
get
that.
underused hate.
Personal opinion, not a great format.
I mean, I can't really talk because I've only ever really played overused, and I'm 1200 elo, so
It's not that.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Hello. So we've got our York commentator here as well. Introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Dan. You just saw me play NU. We've got both the players on comms, which is quite funny. I say current chair of the York Pokemon Society. I'm literally getting kicked out after this event, so this is literally the last thing I'm doing as chair. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Hopefully, we don't get 7-0'd. That's the hope. That's the hope at this point.
I will not comment on whether I want that to happen. Feel it may be in poor taste.
Right, so I believe we are getting set up for UU now, which is being played between. I know on our side it's Dan Gay,
And on our side, it is Dom, who is one of the more notable of the Pokemon Society members
oh yeah.
in terms of competitive performance.
Oh. I mean, Dan is no slouch when it comes to competitive. He's been practicing a lot on ladder, getting used to the tier. Plays a lot of draft leagues. Is the person who hosts the Northern Draft League for everyone that's been playing in that. So
Big commitment.
yeah, he gets around a lot. Yeah, I have utter faith that this set is gonna be 2-0 to York. Easy money, don't have to stress.
I have faith this will be one of the more interesting of the matches. More eventful.
Yeah, UU especially with the recent addition of Meowscarada.
It's ruining the format.
Yeah, Rillaboom got banned, so that's something. But yeah, I'm expected to see some heat come out from both opponents. You know, see some cool sets, some nice cooks. God, it's warm in here.
It really is.
It's because we turned the aircon off.
Just to add, as someone who's like a kind of little bit of an outsider, so you said that Rillaboom was in underused. and I would expect Rillaboom to be quite. I don't know. I don't know really much about it, but I would expect Rillaboom to be used quite a lot. But I mean, I guess it's been banned.
It is now.
Okay.
Uh,
It's got Wood Hammer.
Yeah, so the whole thing with Rillaboom falling to underuse was I don't play enough OU to be able to comment on why Rillaboom dropped. I think it's like there's a lot of dragons, there's just a lot that doesn't take a whole lot from its main gimmick of Grassy Glide. But it basically dropped last month, immediately started terrorizing the entire tier, and I think got banned in like 2 weeks.
It finds itself in quite the awkward position of being too good for UU, but not necessarily a dominant force in OU, at least depending on the matchup at the time.
Oh, we see we have revealed
We are
we
ready
have
to
both
go.
teams revealed. Who's on?
They left.
So
Dom is bringing. He's got both 2 genies
interesting.
and an interesting, quite a bulky team he's bringing here.
Cabalion is not something I expected to see here.
It can be quite the problem I've found when we qualified.
Because I had good memories of using Cabalion in RU in Roses last year. So to see it like rise up into UU usage, is, I'm glad for it.
It's nice to see, because I last year played NU once again, but 2/3 of my team was banned. So, it's nice to see the movement. It's nice to see the well represented Mon.
Yeah, and from Dan's team, we see on Ninjafnan's Switch, we see the Meowscarada again, we see the Slow King again, shared aspects. But instead of the genies, we're seeing like a Skarmory, a Latios. So maybe a slightly more offensive team from Dan from York compared to Lancaster, but it really depends what sets people have brought out, because a lot of these mons here can either
Very, very versatile team.
Yeah, exactly. They can build out either bulky or offensive. So okay, so we see the Cabalion lead into Meowscarada. I'm liking Lancaster's lead a bit more here. Meowscarada can't really do a whole lot to Cabalion.
Not particularly, no.
I think it gets low kick, but I think even that it's not going to do a whole lot. Maybe like, if I had to head count, probably about 60%, which it's not bad. But taking Rocky Helmet chip, potentially taking Body Press chip on top of it,
I'm anticipating it to pivot here.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think we're seeing a U-turn. Yeah.
Even still, that's gonna. It's gonna hurt Meowscarada more than it will hurt.
Yeah, Rocky Helmet there getting in good value and clicking of the rocks. Very good opening turn for Lancaster. Don't know what to expect to see here. Maybe a Rotom Wash?
Possibly.
Threaten a Will-O-Wisp, maybe?
Possibly a Latias, I think. No, Clod.
Clodsire, interesting.
It's a strong choice.
I guess threaten the Earthquake, but Earthquake here. Ooh, I did see the Taunt before. That's cheeky. I like that.
Yeah, we can comment on that, can't we?
And Earthquake here is risky from Dan's perspective, because they could go into Tornadus, they could go into Thunderous. There's lots of things on this team that take an EQ. And we see the Taunt stopping the Stealth Box, and I would guess straight into Taunt here, potentially.
Which is wise. What good options?
Into Meowscarada, okay. I mean, resist the Earthquake, maybe a bit more of a middle ground option. I definitely don't dislike that play.
It has the potential.
Oh, we see a double out from Dan. Into Skarm, okay.
Good play.
Yeah, I like that.
Rocks already getting the value out of them.
So Meow could knock here, could play it safe going into Thunderous. There's still lots of options that Dom has open to them. the Skeledirge. Yeah, I mean, it threatens the Skarmory, so don't see why not.
It's a strong mon. So as soon, if you can get any setup on it, it's quite a problem.
You see a layer of spikes get up, which I believe Dom's team doesn't have any clearance. No, the Torn will have clearance, surely.
But a lot of Dom's mon aren't particularly phased by that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not particularly problematic just yet.
Not super.
3 layers, maybe a different story.
Not that I think this Skarm is about to get the chance to do that, as we see Torch Song immediately get locked in. We see the switch. To Latios, maybe? Into Clod, yeah. Well, fairly
Most
safe.
probably bringing Unaware into this.
Yes, that's a good point. I don't actually know what ability this Clodsire is, but
I'd imagine it's likely based on the roster of UU.
Wisp into the Clod is gonna hurt. It's gonna lower its damage output quite a bit. Earthquake's definitely not as threatening.
Yeah.
Oh, we see the Toxic. Okay, Toxic on Dirge is pretty big. This thing's notorious for just sitting around, spamming Torch Song, getting a massive attack stat up, and just like out-bulking entire teams. So be able to chip that down over time, really nice.
Yeah, reached quite the impasse for a lot of pivoting and not really made much change.
Yeah, nobody willing to fully commit to a move quite yet, which understandable. It's such a stage in the game.
It's also quite indicative of skilled players.
Okay, so Clod getting basically back up to full. Take a little bit for the burn. So I would assume here. Oh, a knockoff, not triple axle. Suppose very good neutral ground to get rid of whatever item anything coming in has.
Yeah.
And we
that's
do
it.
see
Reading
the switch. I'd expect to see Rotom here. No, back into Skarm, that's fair.
Probably removing a Rocky helmet. I was to guess.
I thought it missed for a second.
No,
I
absolutely.
forgot.
I was like, wait a minute. Ooh, strong damage from Protean there. Strong damage.
Was Rocky Helmet. Big chip on the Skarm.
Well, yes. If I had Rocky, there was no point in triple axling. You'd
Yeah,
cause a lot of issues for yourself.
yeah, it was a very good knockoff. See discussion of a switch again. Which, I mean, definitely a fine play. I mean, even if this Skarm gets another layer of spikes up, we see the 4 of Dom's Mons have heavy duty boots anyway, so really doesn't care about hazards.
No, whereas the stealth rocks every single time are chipping into Dad's team.
A nice roost. We get the insurance on the switch. I don't believe Slowking has much it can do to this Skarm. I mean, Thunderwave would be bad, but
It's not fast enough for that play to be a problem.
yeah, it's one of those where it's like, if the Skarm gets paralyzed, really not too bad. Like, obviously rolling the dice is never fun, but yeah, we decided.
Time for the comedian. So it's such a strong pivoting move.
Yeah, the fact that they removed teleport off of Slow Bro and specifically gave Slow King a pivoting move to keep it relevant it's quite funny that they did that, to be honest. But... See Dirge come out again, yes.
Seeming almost
Ooh.
quickly. Ooh, the whirlwind is smart. Likely anticipating the switch in the first place.
Now, is this going to go straight into Thunderous? That could be a problem. Back into Meow.
Which isn't the worst.
Yeah, I mean, it takes another layer of spikes. It can't really knock the Skarm here. Yeah. So
It's another pivot from Dominic. Another pivot.
This truly is the peak singles experience.
This is inarguably a very survival focused game.
Yeah, no one able to really break through the defensive cores of either team quite yet. Usually hazards help with this, but obviously with the heavy duty boots, not going to be actually making that much progress. It's not like this Skarm is going to be able to hit the slow king. We see another whirlwind.
This is certainly a UU match if I've ever seen one.
See, I'm getting scared because we can play this game, but eventually an answer to Skarm is going to come out.
I'm getting scared because I've got to go home in like 6 years. Frankly, it's not looking good at the moment.
Yeah.
Negative priority there probably is hindering Skarmory if it does intend to whirlwind again.
Volt Switch doing a decent chunk.
It's a very strong pivot.
Yeah, I expect we're seeing another whirlwind, probably. Maybe a roost.
There is. I fear I may have to.
Oh,
no! We've decided finally to start moving.
There's been an attack. Let's go.
Yes.
Now, unfortunate.
Not a good position here for the Skarm. Now, what are they going to do from here?
You're pretty much forced to switch here. I mean, the T-Bolt is like pretty obvious. It's like maybe Latios is a safe switch.
No, Squad.
Clod, yeah, keep forgetting.
I think Dom is already missing the ability to cancel a move on Showdown.
Yeah.
So I imagine, with a moment of hindsight, that will have.
Maybe potential for is it Terra Ice under us? Didn't manage to catch what Terra type it was.
Absolutely no idea. But as a commentator, definitely I know.
Ah, still. Thank you for showing us.
Thanks, guys.
So it means that they can't Terra Blast to just get through the Clod, which is immediately makes Thunderous a bit less scary from Dan's perspective. Obviously, Dan doesn't know this yet. But I think with that hard switch out, I think Dan probably has clued into the fact that it doesn't happen.
And now I think Dom has been hesitant around the ability of the Clodsire, so I think he may be testing it this turn. We shall see.
The rocks come up. It will help against the Meow. Eventually, this Meow will die.
30 minutes from now. Oh, we do have to consider that the match time is already half.
Yeah, we are officially halfway through this match, and neither team.
I think the worst so far is about 30% damage.
Yeah, like I think the Skarm is on like 30% health, but it has a boost, so that doesn't particularly matter.
Oh no, it's pivoting again.
Oh my god,
it's pivoting again. I was really hoping for anything else right there, and evidently not. So,
for reference, we do have rules written out in case of what happens when a game goes to timer. So if it goes to timer, we're not going to have to replay the game. There will be a victor.
Yes, which is perhaps is an advantage to being on cartridge because the timer is much shorter.
Yeah, the 20-minute timer makes games like these suddenly a lot scarier because losing one mon could mean you lose the entire game.
Yeah, so I think that's what they may have clocked into based on the shortening. Is the Skarmory coming back in now?
Probably.
Yes, it is. With the Stealth Rocks and the knockoff, this may be enough.
I think
Protean procking, it should be.
Yeah, I might. Yeah,
yes,
we see the Skarm go down.
First feint of the game. 11 minutes in.
And I think here's where we're going to see the game get opened up a bit because Dan can now bring in safely a wall breaker or something
Dan
that's
is going to have to retaliate here. Otherwise, in a dangerous position to work back from.
You see the Rotom coming. Interesting.
Not a terrible idea.
No, because
he's got a Wisp ready, I imagine.
Yeah, and I'm sure from the damage that he saw Nock do into the Skarm, he's twigged that it's bandaged by now, so he doesn't have to worry about Flower Twig.
Yeah. But are they going to bet on Will-O-Wisp hitting? Because frankly, it's one of the most unreliable moves here.
Oh god, me personally, I'm never gambling on Wisp.
Neither am I, but alas, we're pretty done.
I could see a potential Volt switch here, risky into Thunderous, but if he calls out the Slow King switch, could give big value.
Hope with a Will-O-Wisp is ideal move. No, Hydro. That's also quite possibly a spec or scarfed Rotom Hydro.
I'd be surprised if it was specs from that damage, but definitely
Yes.
could be scuff.
Yes, fine.
I guess we'll see if it switches up into a Volt Switch.
Truly is tantalising gameplay. We're witnessing today is the pivot off. Oh, Claude's coming in here. and
Okay, interesting.
Nope, and it's another chilly reception because naturally there's no other thing to do.
And this means probably Meowscarada can come in pretty freely.
Pretty safe with possibility of big damage.
Yeah, Triple Axel doesn't have exactly a lot of answers on Dan's team now that the Skarmour's gone down, so it might be a case that Dan has to burn Terror here. I'm not sure what Terror type the Clod is, but
I think the Meowscarada is now in for a. But don't think it cannot survive another pivot. So
yeah,
they have to be quite careful. Oh, and it stayed in.
we see the knockoff. It's gonna be
It should be strong. But no, it's
Clawed by a
not enough.
live.
Boots.
Knocks the boots. Earthquake should kill here, even through the
I
burn.
really hope so.
Does. Okay, so we.
It's even again, but Claude, unless their opponent is slower, will be going down.
Which? Mon slower than Clodsire?
I don't know. I don't know how bad Slowking is these days. It could very well be.
Okay, goes out into the Torn. Definitely not slower than Clodsire.
Yes, famously so, I believe. So yeah, you're looking another knock. I mean, it's never a bad idea.
Yeah, like it's the freest move to click
There
of
we
all
go.
time.
Okay, so that's now 2-1, which is quite scary when I imagine there's probably 5 minutes left of the match.
It's coming down to the wire. I'd expect to see Rotom here, yeah. Now the problem is, do you call out the Volt Switch? Oh, I mean, sorry, the Thunderous, because
So would be handy, but that's quite obvious.
yeah, it's one of those where it is the obvious play, but equally, do you have anything better you can do? This Tornadus doesn't really threaten Rotom. You can knock, but
I envision there's currently a lot of potential futures being considered. It could be a pivotal turn. Read upon read. Might as well be in a library.
we are seeing Dom consider the Thunderous. Me personally, I would be going Thunderous here. I don't think you can risk the.
Quite a cautious person. I probably. Yeah, it does. Now, do we see the Hydro Pump?
Hydro could be huge.
That may be the deciding factor. We do see the Hydro.
Does this kill?
No, it does not.
But it
which
does. Good shot.
probably confirms likely is Scarf, I think.
Yeah, I would assume at this point it's taken hazards. It didn't kill the Thunderous from there. It's probably choice.
Yes, Hydro Pump. Oh, does it miss? It
The
misses.
miss.
Negligible damage, but even still, quite the inconvenience.
Chip is always nice. Don't think it's gonna particularly matter towards the end of this game with
Chip-
3 minutes left. But
Chip will be considered if Dan gets another Mon down. So it is something to always keep in mind, given there is less than 3 minutes left of this game. Very long and contemplative turns, I'm finding.
what here is getting Thunder Waved? It's the
Ooh, the Meowscarada, that's
Meowscarada.
quite damaging.
That's rough.
Good, very strong play from Dom there.
Yeah, very good call out of.
Because you had nothing to lose, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was even an obvious switch because like Chili there gets a decent amount of value, but having the like capability to call it out with the Thunder Wave, that was a very good play.
Valiant's coming in now, possibly anticipating the Flower Trick.
Yeah, I would have to assume so.
U-turn.
U-turn.
That's another instance of Meowscarada taking more damage on its attack than its own victim.
Are we going to see the Latios here? Because Dan doesn't have too much longer to bring in something and start blasting.
Yes,
we do see the
Dan
Lati.
needs to break out here.
Again, don't know what Terra type this Latios is. I would assume Steel, but it could be Dragon potentially.
Could even be very dangerous and likely having Aura Spear ready for such an eventuality.
I think
what item does it have is the real question.
Yeah, because the item here matters, the Terra type here matters. If I'm Dan here,
there's a Terra, so we are going to see what that is in green.
It is
Terra
Dragon.
So possibly a strong Draco here.
Yeah, I would assume
for sheer damage is stake.
Yeah, we see the Draco.
That may be enough here. Cobalt Valiant is both the offensive power. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, not a lot of things take Terra Dragon Draco Meteor.
Yes. Latios has always kind of been a problem for sheer damage numbers, especially.
Gonna see the game end in 35 seconds.
As likely as your last turn, but with that, I envision likely a Specs Latios.
I would assume so.
Or at least not a Scarf. So the chip here is likely going to decide the match. And with the Tornadoes being boots rather than AV, it could still do a significant amount of damage because the Latios is practically neutral.
I believe when the timer ends, the final turn still occurs.
I have absolutely no idea. I've never got that far. I lose much faster usually.
Or win much faster.
No, I win much slower.
I guess we're gonna find out.
We
get
are.
to see what happens. Oh,
The game is it stops on the
Oh, it
turn. And Dom has won. The chip paying off in the end.
close game, a close game.
That does lead Lancaster 1 up in the UU format.
So if you're Dan here, what can you really do to readjust? Because
I think you've got to adapt to Dom's. Both of them have got to adapt to each other's strategy because it was like watching a mirror match.
yeah,
So
a
it is
lot of
interesting
pivoting.
to see how any changes they make alter. We could see 2 more offensive teams, or we could see 1 doubling down.
And I think if you're Dan here, you've seen that a lot of these mons are boots. I don't think you bother even getting up the hazards here. I think you have to play a bit more of an offensive game potentially, because if you're both pivoting and one team has a lot of boots and one team doesn't have a lot of boots, you eventually always lose that game. So
from my experience playing against Dom, he is quite good at making solid choices. So the longer you give Dom, I think the more difficult it is. Can you even hear us?
So you're saying Dom is very good at like downloading strategies, getting the read on sort of how teams.
Dom is. I think due to his experience, he is just quite strong on a longer game. If he gets caught off guard, I think that's where he starts.
Right.
So the slower, bulkier games do fall more into his favour, I would argue.
Okay.
That may just be conjecture from me being unhappy to lose to him routinely.
I mean, hey, you know more than probably most of us. Certainly more than me that I could comment on. So
A lot of experience losing, yes, this is correct.
you say having won your format.
It was a close one.
I'd be interested to see if either of them change team here. Actually,
would be surprised if neither does. I'm wondering if one or both do them. Because I feel Dom knows his team works. Dan will have seen, admittedly, it was very close. So they may just be thinking to play differently with the same team.
Yeah, I think if I'm Dan, I'm thinking I need to get Latios in more. They have very little that can tank those Draco Meteors.
So we are seeing a different team from Dan,
Ooh.
but it appears to be the same team from Dom.
Interesting. Okay, so we see so it's Meow and Rotom Wash again and Clod. So
the strong, you've got strong walls, but you've got new threats like Metagross. And I am intrigued because Sinistcha can provide an unstoppable obstacle if given 2 or 3 turns. Especially if it starts fishing for burns, it can be a nightmare to deal with.
yeah, especially if it gets the opportunity to Terra as well. Like it can just sit there and be a nuisance. So
And while a lot resist grass, with the exception of Meowscarada, they don't have many answers for it.
and especially if it's a ghost type move as second as well. We see a Slowking, that's weak to Ghost. We see a Skeledirge, that's weak to Ghost. Only Meowscarada can really switch
Slowking
in.
is basically just a free heal for Matrigash.
Yeah, and that's not even considering what Heatran could potentially do. Don't have any idea what the Heatran...
It's gonna sit there. It might have lava, probably Lava Plume.
Maybe Magma Storm.
Yeah, it could be an entrapment mon.
So we're seeing the Rotom lead into the Thunderous. I think there's a pretty neutral lead.
It is, because the Rotom can do a lot of damage, but it's whether it dare do so.
Yeah, like trading Hydro for Thunderbolt here isn't the worst, but Thunderous does end up winning that 1v1, I'd imagine.
I'm not sure. It may do, but it depends, because the Scarf, if the Hydro Pumps connect, I imagine so. But starting off strong with more switching.
I would assume Clod's Eye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does Dom make the same mistake again? He does.
Okay.
Clod's Eye is providing quite a problem for this Thunderous.
With it being relying on Weather Ball rather than Terra Blast to hit ground types, Clod does provide an issue.
And admittedly, we still do not know if that Clod is Water Absorb or not. We have yet to see
Very
it
true.
utilise unaware or being hit. And I think the hesitance that's causing Dominic is going to cause an issue.
So you see spikes go up, it'll chip the Cabalion when it goes out, it'll chip the Meow. Trading
Not seeing much in terms of removal though. I do think that's causing some issues. That's how strong the AQ is here. Not brilliant, but it's good. It's good damage.
What's worse?
Clod is quite good damage, especially without the leftovers on Cobalion.
Yeah, so any damage it's taking is permanent, which is, at least when I was using Cabalion, its biggest flaw was, sure, it has a good defensive type, it has decent defensive stats, but taking spikes, taking rocks, it can only really switch in once or twice before it tends to go down.
It has no solid recovery options. So with any
You'll see the knock into the Clod off the pretty safe Meowscarada switch, fairly standard.
there,
Be interested to see if a recover comes out of it. Toxic. Okay.
that's an interesting play.
I don't dislike it.
It's never a bad idea. I think it was more so out of concern for whatever came in to be knocked,
Yeah.
rather than an offensive play.
The thing is, now Clod can recover pretty freely because I don't believe the knock.
The knock will not be enough.
Yeah, so
And it's not as if leftovers was knocked off either. So it is just that bulky regularly.
Dom forced into a pretty nasty situation here because if you stay in a knock and Dan recovers,
Let's stay in the knock and
doesn't kill.
no, but there's the recovery. Yep, it was. I think it was worth the roll to try.
Yeah, definitely worth an attempt.
The problem is now is the pivot going to lead to a toxic? Because Dan now knows. Is that a play that Dan is ready to make?
I think Dan is probably going to recover here. It's it's the safest
It's
option.
never a bad idea.
Yeah,
It does recover, yeah.
get Clod back up to full, you know.
Now,
Definitely worth
is
it.
Dom going to finally find out if this is a water absorb Clodsire?
It's
He
a
is
pivot!
not! One day we will know.
I think Dan just stays in and toxics him, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's either
With-
toxic into smoking.
Yes, I mean, Slowking is quite happy to be toxic, but it's still...
It could matter later.
It once again depends if one of them gets a strong lead, it may not, but it comes down to the wire like last game. Very plausible.
I don't know what to expect to actually see come in here. There isn't a... I guess you could have gone Meowtorn, I don't dislike. Oh, sorry, that was Thunderous.
Thunderous is...
Oh, but it has access to Weather Ball now
Nah,
because of the
that's-
snow.
The synergy there from Chili Reception is quite powerful. And whether Dan knows that or not is a good question. Because Ice is just a strong... Even Skarma is neutral here. I don't think there's a single mon that can eat the weather-boosted Weather Ball.
And we see the Terra Steel on the Thunderous.
Well, I wouldn't want it to be toxic either, given the set it's running. And with boots, it means that it doesn't even have to worry about the spikes damage.
See the Weather Ball? I imagine this is doing like 70.
It's a strong move.
Oh, that was a crit!
Yeah, Claude is bulky, but Dom did read the toxic there
Yeah,
very well.
Very well played, very well played.
Now, is he just going to do it again?
I imagine you just have to sack Clodsire here. You got...
It's already done a lot.
Actually, you
But-
could go hard into Heat Trap.
Yes.
Oh, but it just decides to sack the Clodsire. Okay.
Heatran would be, but I imagine they want the fresh switch to Heatran because it could be holding the air balloon.
That's a very
I
good
haven't
point.
been paying attention. It very well could be.
I don't think Heat Trap has come in yet for us to know.
No, they
but
haven't.
You make a very good point.
And that is not something you ever want to lose with Heatran if you have a choice.
Is he
Bring it
Rotom? I mean,
the strong neutral damage is not bad here.
yeah, resists the Weather Ball.
And there's not anything Thunderous can do, even with Weather Ball coverage.
I imagine we are just going to see the switch to Smoking.
We're going to see a bit more pivoting today.
As you can probably tell, being able to just like switch out all the time, and especially switch out without having to go first, like using the pivoting moves, Chili Reception, U-turn, just being able to spam those freely is a very strong strategy that
The double regenerator core on Dom's team does allow for a lot of switching, and with the recovery on Skeledirge as well, it's just a nightmare to deplete.
it's a very hard team to break, and obviously Dan doesn't have the Latios on this team to come in and just click Draco brainlessly, so it might be
Click Draco, delete him on,
exactly.
switch out. Its trick is quite good there on the Slowking.
Ooh. Okay.
Because the Choice Scarf, it was indeed Choice Scarf, into Slowking is quite a problem.
Yeah.
Because now it actually has to commit to a move, or do what it normally does.
I have the feeling it's going to do what it's always been
And
doing.
Weirdly enough, the Volt Switch, I suppose, because it is Vesta.
Decent chip.
It is. That'll be more than what Regenerator heals. So it will be slowly depleted, even little by little.
It is unfortunate that whatever Dan brings in here doesn't particularly matter, because the Chili is just going to let in whatever Dom's designated counter is, but...
Yeah.
Wait!
It's snowing. It's still snowing.
Oh,
But it failed. Oh no, it still worked.
that's a weird interaction. I've never,
I mean,
never
it
seen that.
makes sense, but yeah, the concept of it failing and still working is
Yeah.
quite a paradoxical one indeed. But I suppose that's the nature of Yu-Gi-Oh! Apparently. Truly is a very unpredictable format. It's a lot less. There's a few strong Matamon, but it's a lot less team. It's a lot more varied in its team composition. Is on show here now.
Is Dan just going to go for the knock?
The knock shouldn't.
It won't kill.
It shouldn't kill, but it will do a dangerous amount.
We do see the knock come out. Do we know what item this Meow is?
likely not banned based on that damage.
Yeah. We do see the Willow come out, so
And it cannot, in fact, two-shot it. So now,
Yeah.
without the Clod as well, there is no Unaware, but Heatran likely will have Flash Fire. It could be running at Flame Body, but even still, it does have strong special defense. Yeah, so it's
unfortunate, and Dirge is just going to be able to slack off forever here unless something changes.
yeah, they are going to have to pivot here, which I know we've been criticising the whole game, but there's a time and a place.
It's not criticism; it's observation.
It's acknowledgement of a. Oh, so it's not banded. So it could well be Boots from the Meowscarada.
Makes sense. It's standard other set.
I think if you're not running banned, it's the only Life Orb maybe, but in a game so dominated by Hazard, not wise. Yeah, so it is the Heatran here. We do not know, but we will find out if it is Flash Fire or not. Yes,
and it is Air Balloon. We see another slack off. Okay.
So I do not think Heatran does have a power. Whether it is running it is a different question. But the sheer amount of Dom is going to find both. That is
that's damage.
Dangerously high,
and it is Flash Fire.
So that is it's a good piece of it. It's a good interaction to know. That is quite devastating for Dom.
That was a brilliant turn for Dan.
It really was.
Thing is, I'm not sure.
There is still options.
Powers again.
That's in the. I understand why. I don't think it provides to. So long as Heatran exists, Dirge cannot run freely.
Yeah,
and that is going to cause a lot of problems.
It got the Willow off from the Meow. It kind of done its job, to be honest.
And it does. But Dom now knows he can use a contact move against Heatran without a risk of Flame Body, which is quite strong.
Yeah, I imagine we're seeing a low kick here.
One would guess so, unless Dom does anticipate a switch. Given the Air Balloon is still up, so there is still safety there.
I don't believe Dan has terrored yet, right?
I do not believe so indeed.
So we could maybe see a Terror on Heatran if it's a
Terror Flight? No, it is the withdrawal.
Makes sense. Rotom, pretty safe bet.
It's never a bad idea, but it does still have an item, even though it's different. And without the Scarf, it is slower than the Meowscarada. Which does mean that if Rotom stays in this turn, and well, actually, even if it switches out, the chip from Stealth Rocket will be very detrimental.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dan just has to sack the Rotom here. There's not a whole lot you can do about that.
No, there is not.
Yeah, just let it go down.
Because reading the low kick was probably a good idea, because Rotom Wash, I imagine, not particularly heavy, but it does come with its own risk, which we have just seen.
Yeah, Dom made a very, very good middle ground play.
Yeah, he made a safe read, because Flower Trick would have been very strong, but also very foolish at the same time.
So we see the Sinister come out.
So I envision perhaps a Terror here from Sinister.
If this isn't Terror, I'm not sure what's going on.
No, neither do I. And is Dom going to switch out? Does the Meowscarada survive the hazards? Is the question. I'm not so sure. I think it may do. There's only one. Is it just Stealth Lock?
I can't remember.
No,
We're so professional.
We are, in fact, paid. This is why they pay us for our elite attention skills.
We do see Thunder,
which does, in fact, counter Sisha quite well. But if a Calm Mind gets up here, so there is the Terror.
It is Steel, meaning that no, now this mod doesn't get fire coverage. What am I talking about? It's Terror Poison.
Terror Poison.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair.
It gets rid of the knock weakness. Most poison counters. Strength sat there.
Okay,
not terrible, but
doesn't really do a whole.
It's full health realistically, so it's not really changing much for the pace of the game.
Imagine we're just going to see T-Bolt and match a gotcha here.
I don't know. Dan may be greedy here, and it may well pay off. We're seeing a switch. With no immunity though. Meowscarada, which does in fact resist.
Yeah, it resists, and honestly, you kind of don't care about Meowscarada at this point.
No,
You're
burnt Meowscarada is not really worth anybody's time.
You're in it for spamming knockoff and getting rid of items at this point.
Yeah, if they could get rid of the boots, if they really wished to.
I guess getting rid of the Rocky helmet, probably.
It does help, but admittedly, the Rocky helmet has only ever been an inconvenience for said Meowscarada.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. Would this activate justified as well? Or, yes, it is justified, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't considered that.
But I don't really think this will... Yes, it does. But I don't know if that's going to realistically affect the Cabalion set much.
I don't believe this Cabalion actually has a move that's
No.
affected by
No,
Justified,
it's
right?
it's just designed to be a nuisance, really.
Yeah,
It's only running body press, which is quite unfortunate. But it does make sense.
1, 2.
Wow, this is shit if I've ever seen the definition of the word before.
The
A
biggest.
grand total of I think about 15 HP dealt there.
You see the Volt Switch kill? Imagine it's just going to be back into Thunderous. Not a whole lot on Dan's team can deal with it.
and it has got counters for a lot of what's left.
Yeah, because even if you go Heatran, you're scared of the Focus Blast. Like,
But do you want to risk it missing? Is that a possibility? I shouldn't be mentioning it because frankly, me mentioning it would have already affected the odds of the game. Which should be doing.
it's like Schrodinger's random number generator, you know?
It's Schrodinger's miss is what it is.
If
you
you
know?
think about it, it happens.
And it is the Heatran, so now we are going to see if Dom is brave, or will he just take the chip on the Heatran because he is in an advantageous position still.
Looking like he's going to switch.
It's not a bad idea. It's multiple focus blasts. This is a brave man indeed. I believe if Dom can keep his team alive, he is in a very good position if it once again does go to timer.
Switch into Torn.
It does have the special defense, but
Yeah.
if it's Magma Storm, it might be a problem. And
If
it
we
is
see the Magma Storm, this will do a chunk.
that is a dangerously strong, and it is trapped. So now is the question. But without the while Sinistra is Terra Poison, it will still be hit by focus, and it lands.
See, the Focus Blast does this kill.
And it does.
Doesn't. Does the Magma
Thunderous
Storm
is
hit?
a strong. Heatran is a strong special tank.
We see the second Magma Storm. So Torn goes down.
The Heatran is not far behind it. Really, it can take a little bit of damage at most.
I'm a little worried about this Thunderous. Now that Heatran is going to go down, presumably to a Thunderbolt here.
Yes, and Sinistra has lost the electric resistance as well. So now it all comes down to Sinistra and the other Mon that they have, which I will disclose at the time. I do believe the timer is ticking down, probably about 5 minutes
With
left.
Metagross.
Metagross. Now
Okay.
that is...
So
This is a strong Mon with a lot of options to deal with steel types.
and there's nothing on Dom's team that can really take an Earthquake.
Dom can pivot and get a knockoff at best, but will that be enough? And could it even be running possibly a weakness policy? We don't know.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Metagross does in this tier. I mean, I know banded Metagross is always
If in
popular.
doubt, it's banned. Could be running some banned Meteor Mash, quite a problem, with a solid chance of increasing the attack.
Yeah.
Or it could be running perhaps Agility,
Yeah, Agility's
hoping
real.
for maybe Zen Headbutt flinches as well.
I'm thinking back to my Gen 3. Oh, we see the knock!
The knock
It
is
just
the knock
kills.
that is a likely banded Metagross.
I would have to assume that's banded.
Because that is a strong, I suppose, admittedly, a Scarfed Slowking was not helping much in this battle. Only really helping if you think they're going to run to timer, which they are close to. On account of their less than 3 minutes, which, based on their lengthy consideration in turns, is... Let's see what happens here. The likelihood is a knock will occur.
I imagine we'll see a switch into Sinister.
No, we don't. That is brave. That may be a. That
Yeah,
may
that's
be the
good.
game right there. Because
I think you had to switch into Sinister here, but then what do you really do after that? It was Bandit.
it was. Does the Meowscarada survive? No, it does not.
Interesting.
Toxic does bring it down.
I guess it's going to come. See, the thing is, if the timer wasn't an aspect, I could maybe see Sinister winning this endgame.
If it's played very well, I do think Dan still has a chance. Sinister by itself is a problem. But Dom does have the option here to counter a Calm Mind stall quite thoroughly.
Actually, with the nasty plot,
One Thunderbolt may do it now. It may not go to timer.
it outpaces the Calm Mind as well. So I think the game was going to go to even if the game was going to go to timer, it was unfortunately still going to be a loss for Dan. But definitely with the plot, I think that probably seals it up.
Yeah, it was a much. Well, actually, no, it wasn't a closer game to be honest. The last one is as close as you can get, but it's still a very well fought game.
Does
Does
live.
still survive. Will the +1 Shadow Ball be enough?
I doubt it.
Sinister is more so a defensive mon, so that will in fact be the end of the game there.
Yeah, we will see some. I mean, I'd say a very well played from both sides.
It was a true. It could have gone either way in both matches. Really, it was a very, very strong match.
Came down to good calls from both sides. Dom just having that slight advantage with the pivoting and the slightly bulkier team that Dan was just struggling to break through, unfortunately. So that will be a 2-0 to Lancaster.
Making it indeed 5-0.
Which is getting scary. This is getting scary.
It's filling my neutral soul with a minor amount of pride, I must say.
Yeah, we're definitely all neutral on this comment.
We are very unbiased, and frankly, I am very, very happy to say that the game is over, and that's all I'm allowed.
So, if I'm remembering correctly, our next
It will be
format
VGC,
yeah.
which
It's actually not VGC.
No, it's
And
no
we're
longer
swapping
VGC.
RU and VGC for the sake of the people getting on the bus.
because VGC is
Makes sense.
very quick.
Yeah.
But yes, no, that is in fact. Yes, no, because that makes a lot of sense. That is a very wise scheduling decision. It's unfortunate that the NU game may be a reason for that, but that's how it goes.
Technical difficulties are always fun.
It was not, in fact, my fault. I blame everybody else. Yes, so we will be seeing a RU performance here from Peter from Lancaster.
Now, I'm just going to go get the next commentator, so there'll be a brief intermission. See, the mic has fallen on the ground, so I do apologise for that, because it was probably quite loud. But we've got our next commentators. We've got Tyler and the same commentator as
Greetings, everyone. Hope you're having a nice time. Sorry for that absolute atrocity of a match. Everyone in the live audience was going absolutely mental for it, but hey-oh, and we made it through the other side.
Right, so just getting set up for our next format. Like we said, slight change of plans. We're planning to run VGC, but due to timings and stuff like that, we're going to be changing over to RU, which I have some experience with RU. Played it in last year's Roses, but since then I think about half of the mons on my team have been banned from the tier. So excited to see sort of what adaptations have happened, what sort of Pokemon are brought, because I haven't looked too much into it since. So
Yeah, I'm in a somewhat similar position. Not competitively, but RU used to be like the main format I used to play on like a ladder and stuff. However, this was about like a year ago, and instead I had the opposite effect where all the mons I used got lower in rank because all of them got demoted to lower ranks because they weren't as good. Because power creep is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, the amount of tier shifts and Pokemon that have been great, almost broken in the past, that have fallen down in Gen 9 has been insane. Like, we're seeing Mew here in RU, which, if you told someone 10 years ago that Mew was down here, they would have called you crazy. But interesting builds, I think, for both teams here.
Yeah. We do have like a good mixture of like a defensive backbone and like more hyper offense mons, but it's interesting how I think the only common mon is Volcanion.
Yeah, that is the only shared mon. That's crazy.
Yeah. Which is interesting because I don't know if we've had like a lot of matches where we've had like besides potentially like the starting OU one, every team has been like somewhat similar or had commonalities built in, but this is like two very different teams.
Yeah, so another interesting point of our player on York, Joe, Polygon Z and Z being an NU mon, and I think God being a PU mon. Not necessarily meaning that they won't do much, but it means you have to build around them in a slightly more strict manner, like have a game plan around using
Yeah, usually you just want to stick to the tier that mons are actually in because of power levels, but sometimes I want to bring a lower mon because it can fulfill a role better than RU mon, so I'm interested to see what the...
Exactly. I know from experience that Joe liked experimenting with slightly more unusual picks.
Yeah.
Like, picking some mons that maybe aren't like 100% optimal, but having more fun with like their teams and making things work that are a little bit unusual. In case we're seeing Trick Room come out.
Yeah. Also very unfortunate. I mean, somewhat unfortunate that sticky webs had to go up because this is actually just going to increase the speed further while in Trick Room.
Yeah, possibly the best move that Joe could have clicked in that situation.
Yeah. I know Peter was joking before about bringing stall, so I'm just glad that he hasn't, because holy, if this was a stall team, we'd be here all day.
Oh god, don't. The way the schedule's been, I think stall would have had to have been put on the back burner.
No, I think that was literally the case of why we're seeing this team now, to avoid, even if we have to give York a win, many of our players won't be able to get home, so...
We see a light screen go off in front of Bishop, which isn't the best. I imagine we're going to see... Oh, it's Throat Chop. Okay, interesting.
Are sound moves common in the format, or not?
I think it's just a case that it's Bishop's best Dark Stab, because I don't believe the mon gets knockoff, if I'm...
No, I thought you'd prefer Night Slash because it's not that much of a difference in power and you have the increased crit rate, but...
I think there's definitely an argument to be made for it. I think Psychic Noise is potentially common, which I think does get stopped by Throat Chop, so...
I mean, we saw that before in, what format was it? We saw that in NU when Bronzong kept getting Throat Chopped. So Rabombi is back on the field. Are we seeing potentially more setup, or potentially just like trying to stall out the Trick Room?
Yeah, I think just trying to waste some turns with this Trick Room. Which, I mean, I believe... Ooh, the Stun Spore into the Volcanion is rough. You don't particularly want that to be paralyzed. You like being able to just click moves on this monster.
Yeah. There's also like now a good chance that it can try and do something where, you know, like it tries to commit to a move but then just fumbles it. And does make it better in the 1v1 because we do see Volcanion usually run a ground move for coverage. So, not optimal, but I think there's still ways you can play around it.
Yeah. And I imagine the big debate in Joe's mind right now is do I Earth Power calling out the Volcanion switch, or do I just do I just rip a fire blast and try and kill this Romulus in front of me?
He does go for Heat Wave. That will bring it down to Sash. If it burns, then it can kill.
Unlikely. Doesn't
No.
happen.
Oh, it might also be Shed Skin, so it might. Or what's it?
Shield
Dust.
dust.
Yeah. So there might be a chance that it just ignores the secondary effect. I'm not sure though. Don't fact check me on that.
We see the psychic noise do a little bit.
Yeah.
Trick Room is gone now, so
Yeah.
the speed advantage is back in Lancaster's hands.
Yeah. I will say, I think it's all right. I just think mentally P is probably just gonna sack Rabombi because, I mean, its entire thing is it gets on the field, it puts up sticky web, it tries to do a bit of chip here and there, and then pretty much goes down.
Yeah.
So I think it's just gonna stay on the field until someone tries to get a KO.
It does a decent bit of chip.
Oh,
that was
great.
great.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
Oh,
Oh!
Para, unlucky.
They're calling it the most unfortunate turn of all time.
Oh no.
And the psychic noise stopping the leftovers recovery. Oh, this is a leftovers.
Oh, this is
okay.
bulky.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
I have heard of bulky Volcanion, but I usually assume you run an offensive item with it.
yeah, back in my day.
Yeah, back in my day,
Yeah,
we used to have offensive canyons knocking about.
I think mine was specs when I used it, which it's I mean it's what Lancaster's like, so
Yeah.
it makes a lot of sense.
Another Moonblast.
That's
That's
a decent bit.
a Reflector's now worn off, so they're now the Reuniclus buffs are no longer here. Second stun spore, Sapsipper.
Sapsipper. Oh, what a fool.
That's a very niche encounter, but that is very optimal for York.
I forgot that Gudra even got that ability.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
I usually thought you'd run a different ability because I know it gets things like was it like overcoat and stuff to protect it from things like spore and whatever. I think I know it gets other useful abilities, but I suppose Sapsipper is helpful.
I think it gets shell armor is its
Yeah.
other ability to just
Yeah.
prevent crits, which
Crunch.
if
Yeah.
you're running the Iron Defense body press set, I guess is what you
Yeah.
would use, but I'm not sure what set this Gudra actually is.
Yeah, I think that the thing is that I don't think Sapsipper is that common usually because Hisuian Gudra is already quad resistant to grass, so there is figuratively no point in
Yeah.
normally running it unless you want to get an offensive boost, which is, I believe, what it's trying to do.
It is usually specifically for stuff like Stun Spore and Spore, which I mean
Yeah.
worked out.
Which,
Worked out.
yeah,
The Bombardier coming on the
goes for
coast.
bulk up.
Ooh, that's scary.
Very good call.
Remember Zapdos Galar being a massive menace. where-
Yeah.
Oh, that's a really interesting Zapdos set. Doesn't have a
Double-
fighting move.
Double Dance, Acro,
Taunt.
Taunt. What item is it running? Is it just a berry?
That means that the Gudra was actually safe in on this, but obviously,
Obviously you think it's gonna go for like Thunderous Kick, so it's
yeah, you never risk the close combat there.
Yeah.
But as soon as Joe figures out that this only has one attack,
okay, goes for Taunt.
not bad.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, it got 2 bulk up, so now it's +2 attack, +2 defense. No agility is a bit rough, but
Forces it to start clicking acrobatics.
which has it used its item up yet?
I believe it's Citrus Berry, if I saw it correctly. So this might do less than we're thinking.
Yeah,
it lives.
doesn't pick the KO. Goes for Stealth.
Goes to
Rock.
stealth rock.
I think, to be fair though, I think it's actually very useful at the moment for doing that because right now, even though this Zapdos is 2 times attacks, not getting double acrobatics means that it has a heavy damage nerf. So if you think you have a mon who can one-shot it or almost kill it, then you don't really want to do damage with the Bombardier. Maybe you want to do a bit of chip and then hopefully get a KO on a follow-up. But yeah, we see the Bombardier go down, which I expected. It did its job. It disrupted and got up Stealth Rock.
Yeah, gonna be interested to see what actually comes in and revenges to try and get this Zapdos out. Because obviously we know Gudra Hisui could do it, but Joe sure as hell doesn't because you have
Yeah.
to expect the close combat. It's like
Yeah.
the fact that this Zapdos doesn't have a fighting move is something that you will never call
Yeah.
out.
I wonder whether that isn't a good long-term investment, because if he figures out in match 1 or in this match that, say, Lancaster wins this and we go to round 2, they might not figure. If they have figured out that it doesn't have a fighting move, then the surprise factor is effectively gone.
Yes.
This entire, I suppose, encounter based around is fighting move to or try to taunt, but it still under its effect. That's rough.
But the terror now might just
Yeah.
go for more aqua.
But anyway, as I was saying, is that like if they're expecting the fighting move and they clock onto the fact that he doesn't have a fighting move, then it can spin second and third match potential. It's only depending on how this goes.
Yeah. You see, it's very calm out. So to see it in this situation, maybe feeling a knock off, or it's
Yeah.
I think it's dark, but it does
Okay.
commonly run dark coverage.
Yeah. So Trick Room is back up, making Reunitus will be faster. But it hasn't gone for an agility, so although this Zapdos is very fast, it's not as slow in Trick Room now as it would like to be. It goes for Future Sight.
I believe this Reuniculus doesn't actually have a direct attack. Goes down to the crit. Not.
Did that crit matter?
I think it might have. I also don't know if that's bad for Joe because he gets to bring out one of his Trick Room sweepers.
And it's also because it also undoes because I believe crits go through things like reflect and stuff, so he's gonna have those buffs longer.
Interested to see what comes in here. Cauterize is the Volcanion again.
Volcanion
Don't dislike it. I feel like it would be
goes for Haze. That is going to
okay.
Disrupt the power of this Zapdos.
The thing is, it's all well and good disrupting this Zapdos, getting the taunt off, getting the Trick Room off. We have sacked 2 mons to it and we haven't attacked it yet.
Yeah. There is also the problem of it's a question of is there an option to one-shot it? Because if you can't get rid of the Zapdos in one go, it's still sitting on the Citrus Acro boost. So eventually, if you can't directly damage it, then it will just eventually fall, or everything will eventually fall because it will get its boost back. Goes for Acro, doesn't. Oh, Future Sight.
I
Yeah,
forgot
that's
about the
the
Future Sight.
that's the KO. Yeah,
I'm chatting all
yeah.
of this, saying, "Oh, but you need to attack it." No,
Yeah.
you don't. What am I
Yeah,
talking about?
that is very helpful, but of course, there is still the con that you said before of there was 2 sacks, and I believe 2 other mons took damage.
Yeah, the Zapdos still got insane value, considering it didn't even. It was just clicking 55 base power Acro. Like,
Yeah, which is just a testament to how bonkers its attack stat is.
I think Bishop's fairly safe here because you can play Sucker Mind games, but I think Mimikyu is even safer because you just sneak.
Disguise.
Yeah.
Or like you turn one Swords Dance and then just spam Shadow Sneak afterwards. But he does go into Bishop. Makes sense. It's equally as safe. Not as optimal, but I don't think or like it's more likely to live than the Mimikyu. So goes for
Sword Stance is greedy and gets punished.
Yeah,
for it.
hard punish. I wonder why he wanted to do that. I thought he was just gonna Sucker Punch.
Yeah, Sucker Punch, because like if the Golok didn't attack that turn, then Trick Room is gone.
Yeah.
And if it did attack that turn, I'm pretty sure Sucker Punch would have killed there. So
Interesting.
Now the Volcanion is in.
Yeah.
And that's scary because I don't think anything on remaining on Joe's team eats at all.
It also comes down to like moves and because there is still terrors in the back, I believe.
There is still the terrors, that is true. I see the Gudra Hisui come out. I forget what the Volcanion clicked.
Oh wait, I think I might know. I think he made a call. Yeah, he
Oh,
went
the
Earth Power.
best call out of all time.
Yeah, that was a good call.
Oh, that's brutal.
Unfortunate.
Pretty sure Earth Power would have actually killed the Golurk as well. So.
Yeah. Which makes sense. He probably the mindset was, oh, he's going for a water move. I'll go into my quad resist mon, but
yeah.
but so then you call it and go for the super effective move on Gudra instead of Golurk,
Yeah, very, very good call out of that Earth.
and that does KO Gudra.
I think Joe's gonna be hard pressed to sort of claw it back.
Yes. Especially because there isn't really room to get up another trick room, because it's a weird dichotomy where their team is insanely fast if they're in trick room, but it's a question of can you get trick room up.
And even with the mons that like usually don't sit in trick room, like I imagine this Porygon Z is probably Scarf or something. Webs are making you normal speed if you're Scarf, right?
Yeah, and then if you're not Scarf, you're significantly slower, which just picks you off different attacks.
I don't believe we. Ooh,
Considering Terra
ground, I think you do it here. I think T-Bolt is very obvious. Oh, you're faster. I don't think it. Oh, it lived. I think the T-Bolt
goes for trick room.
Okay.
I think this is just like one last gambit of like.
Yeah, it's your wing
Yeah,
con.
it's if you can get a sweep in this trick room, I think you can potentially pull out a surprise win. But if you don't, then the game is pretty much over. So it's like just one last gambit. Goes for try attack.
I don't think that'll kill. Ooh.
No secondary effect, which will kill Porygon Z.
Brutally close.
So
I believe we saw download come out, so I imagine that's adaptability.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like both of Porygon Z's abilities, like just really good offense. I think adaptability is a bit more reliable, only because download is based on like what defense your opponent is worsened. So sometimes like a special Porygon Z might get an attack boost from download because it has because your opponent has really weak defense. So I think adaptability is usually a bit more reliable to run.
Yeah, me personally, I'm more of a fan of adaptability, which I know I'm going to get called out for because download is like what. No, the Poltergeist. Oh wait, never mind. I thought it missed. I just don't know how it works on cartridge. Evidently.
I know. Yeah. I mean, I think it's similar, but yeah. But don't worry about the adaptability thing. That's my personal favorite ability in the game, so I will always run it if possible.
I think we were close to Golurk being able to clean up here. Actually, obviously the Mimikyu is just going to disguise, get disguise off. Probably just Shadow Claw here.
Yeah.
SD actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Joe. Oh wait, Joe's already used Terra. What am I talking about? Joe can't Terra.
No, Joe used Terra on. I think it was like Fairy Reuniclus.
Yeah.
Which I think this makes sense. You're still in Brick Room, so you might as well get an attack boost and then proceed to click the Shadow Sneak button.
Yeah, and I'm 99% sure Sneak will pick up a kill here.
Yeah.
Be very surprised if it doesn't.
Although Golurk is one of my favorite mons, he is not as optimal as others, so it is unfortunate. But
definitely not bulky, that's for sure.
No, you just want to no guard and click the button with the Golurk.
Can't remember what the last one is. That's pretty cool. Oh, it's the paralyzed Volcanion.
Yeah. Not seen much of it, but that's because the paralyzed was like a huge nerf for it. So I think you just click the Shadow Sneak button because, like, even if it doesn't kill you, still have a mon in the back. We are down to 3 minutes, but I don't think that will matter because we'll get through the end of the game.
I mean, to be honest, you can probably just Shadow Claws. You'll be faster than this.
True, but the trick room gone. I assumed it was still up.
Oh my god!
Doesn't get the
that
KO.
Didn't kill.
I mean, it is bulky. Oh no!
I mean, I don't think they're battered in the slightest.
Yeah, I know, but it would have felt better to go down to a 1v1.
Okay, so
well. So
relatively close first game.
Yeah.
I think Webs might not actually get put up in game 2, assuming both the same teams.
I mean, the thing is that there is definitely a case to keep Webs up because it's such a hard risk to reward thing where, yeah, if your opponent's not in the trick room, Webs guarantee them the win or like definitely
Mm.
increase their odds, but it's just a question of how long are they gonna be in Trick Room for? Because if you can keep them out of Trick Room, then yeah, you absolutely go for webs. But if they get Trick Room up like turn 1 like we
see a
saw,
team change.
well, we do. Okay. I wonder why.
Vibes.
Honestly, perhaps so. Yeah, so an interesting situation. Usually, the player who wins usually just sticks with the team because, hey, if they won one time, they might as well commit to the bit.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're seeing a team change from the player who won, and the same team from the player who lost, which I'm interested in. I actually clocked onto the fact that we do see a change in Zapdos.
And a change in Volcanion. So we see like some of the same mons from Lancaster, but definitely different sets.
Yeah. Which I was actually interested in. I really want to know after this what the idea behind the previous Zapdos was. No fighting move, double setup, taunt.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's not going to be here because why would you run Choice Band with a?
There's no shot. This will be like Brave Birds, close combat,
U-turn,
throat chop.
Yeah.
I forget if it gets knocked. It might get knocked.
Listen, okay. Choice Band Sword Stance is a hidden tech that no one knows about. Okay.
Because if you get your band knocked off,
then you're done.
Then you get to SD.
Exactly. It's the hidden tech. No one will expect it. Knock off on Choice Band into Sword Stance, and then I just get the free setup.
You see the immediate.
Oh yeah, just immediate pressure.
Immediate. Like,
I wonder whether it's going to be another Terra situation where it's just going to be like, okay, I'm going to Terra early on because I want to get this set up on Reuniclus. Goes for knock off.
Knock off. That might kill.
Doesn't kill.
Doesn't kill, but it does a ton. Get the Trick Room off.
Goes for Future Sight. That's
a. I mean,
it can be helpful, but it depends on who's going to be in position by then.
It forces the Zap out eventually, or at least forces it to Terror, which I mean, it's not bad. But...
Yeah, I am a little confused on just based on the move selection. The Zapdos has gone for a second knockoff. I mean, to be fair,
it's choice banded.
Yeah, choice banded. Yeah,
unfortunately, has no choice in the matter.
Oh yeah, no choice. Because I was about to say something like, "Oh, you definitely want a U-turn," but if you're banded, then you just click the button.
I imagine we're just going to see the Reuniclus go down here. I'd be surprised if we see a switch. Oh,
potential. Is it Porygon?
That's going to take like 70, 60.
Yeah. Mental Herb. What move does it? Is it
Trick Room?
Oh.
It's trying to ignore the taunt on Trick Room.
Oh right. I think I got the herbs mixed up. I thought it was gonna be like was it like the one that like reduces like cooldown or whatever? You just like hyper beam.
Oh, Power Herb. Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be something like that, but I just misread what the herb was.
I think Power Herb Meteor Beam is real on Polygon. I might be lying entirely.
Yeah, I mean it sounds like it. It gets a lot of like beam type moves, so we see Jirachi come in. Now this sets up Trick Room.
Okay, so we have the Scarf, Ratchy, and Trick Room.
Yeah.
So I mean, Polygon gets to get an attack.
His Future Sight doesn't do a whole lot.
Does more than I expected.
Crit.
That'll be why.
Yeah, that's the explanation. I mean, I think the Reuniclus swap before is probably just for Regenerator, right? It can potentially set up a second Trick Room, so you keep that around. I wonder what Porygon Z is going to do now.
Could Shadow Ball, I believe it's Bet's move to hit Jirachi? Maybe he's running Flamethrower, actually.
Perhaps.
But I think if I'm remembering correctly, this Polygon is running Shadow Ball. So, I mean, it'll do a decent amount. Obviously, it doesn't get the adaptability boost, which is the argument for download in that case. But oh, we see the swap.
Hard swap.
I suppose. Yeah, I was going to say, Jirachi doesn't get a whole lot to threaten a Goodra.
Shrek.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We now have the Choice Scarf Goodra Hisui, which, you know.
Yeah.
It's-
an assault vest Jirachi.
Oh, that's brutal.
However, wait,
Oh wait, it can
that-
only Ironhead.
yes. Okay, so these two mons have basically completely nerfed each other. Jirachi can
Yeah.
only click Ironhead now, which basically it's been given choice special defense now. It increased its special defense, but it can only click Ironhead, while Gudra, a mon who is very slow, has just been given one that's doubled its speed. So
Oh, the earthquake
Earthquake.
is kind of a huge call, actually. Wait,
is it gonna be weak
it's-
arm?
So yeah, I think it's weak armor weakness policy, but I think there's one turn of trick room left,
Yeah.
meaning that this is fine. If trick room, I believe there's one turn of trick room
Trick room.
left. I believe.
Listen, okay, this really fast Gudra is just gonna outspeed it. Watch this.
Yeah, it's gonna be
They're try-
faster than the armor illusion.
Yeah. In Trick Room at least. Yep.
Okay, so we see the armor illusion go
Unfortunate.
down.
Yeah.
We were slandering the good name of Choice Scarf Gudra Hisui.
Yeah.
I want to formally
Let-
apologize.
yeah. And sorry to all the Joey Scarf Gudra enjoyers. I was unfamiliar with your game,
See the salamence.
which makes sense. It's as we know the biggest weakness of Choice Scarf Gudra is getting locked into a move that you don't want to be locked in on.
And this is the freest dragon dance of all time.
Yeah.
Not sure entirely what's going to be able to stand up to this one. Bombardier,
Yeah.
maybe? I don't actually know what
I mean,
Bombardier does.
the one benefit is that there is at least a lot of options, or option to sack on the other side, because it has all 6 mons remaining. So if you don't think that mons like Porygon Z or Reuniclus is going to be used, you could probably sack one of those two.
Yeah, you probably sack the Uniclus here. It's so chipped. I mean, it'll got some back from Regenerator, so maybe it's actually sacked the Polygon.
Yeah, I was more thinking sack the Porygon.
We see the Uniclus.
Yeah, we see Reuniclus.
Maybe the Uniclus lives a hit.
One. Perhaps.
But is, look, you know this. I guess you get the reflect up, but you know this mon doesn't have a means to directly attack you.
Yeah.
So do you just? We've seen the earthquake get locked. Pretty sure it doesn't kill.
No.
We see the
Trick
trick
room.
get-
Which I think the dragon that's like the only bad thing about it would be if you're in Trick Room, you're making yourself slower, so you burn speed and then bring in something that can flip. However, I think we're gonna need to see a reunion plus stack. If we don't, then that's gonna be a bit problematic. Goes for a fact. It makes sense. It's set up your mons. So yeah, so basically it's both attack power and speed has been heavily nerfed for at least a few turns. So I feel like there's a room where you then throw them on that threatens Salamence and you force a switch.
Yeah, you probably go Swolurk here and threaten Stone Edge. And obviously with known guards, you're not rolling the dice on it.
Yeah, here's Swolurk.
Now is there going to be a switch? Is the question, because I
Mm.
feel like Stone Edge is so obvious here, and
Yeah.
Ratchy doesn't take a whole lot from it.
Yeah,
I see a mouse hole pulling out the poltergeist.
perhaps. Or maybe it's because I noticed that their team is PS team is very weak to rock.
Yeah,
There-
maybe it's just
yeah.
like no other option.
Like, yeah, because what's it? Zapdos, Volcanion, and Salamence will all maybe not die, but take mass damage from a Stone Edge.
Yeah.
So Mousehold is really the only. Oh yeah. Well, the only other
It's
option is
Jirachi.
Jirachi, but it can only Iron Head against the ground type, and it's also weak to ground.
Yeah, it's scared of the Earthquake. I
Yeah.
forget whether this Golurk is banded. I want to say that it is, but I can't.
Goes for a second Stone Edge, not gonna do
Not
a
a
lot.
whole lot. Not a whole lot.
But this is now gonna be an interesting question of what's gonna happen.
the
Double
triple.
swap.
I mean, fair enough.
Maybe
Choice-
maybe if it's not choice banded, you're like, okay, come hit me with a ghost type move. But the problem is
Hmm.
it's I mean, does Jirachi get levitate?
It doesn't. It's Serene Grace.
Serene
So,
Grace. Yeah,
correct call.
correct call.
I think there's only one that
Oh,
wasted the trick room.
Wasted-
Very
that,
smart.
that was very risky because if that was an earthquake, that could have been very bad. But I suppose earthquake can also be immune by Salamence, so
Yeah.
it was just a question of do you think that oh
Let me see the encore.
Encore now they're trapped.
Forcing the problem, forcing the
Yeah.
switch. I didn't see if this mouse hold has tidy.
And yeah, now reflect
It
is off.
does.
Yeah.
This is scary.
Hmm.
This is scary.
I think that was just a very unlucky prediction because if that was earthquake, I think we'd be seeing a very different game.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's just a question of do you think it's swapping into Salamence or do you think it's swapping into Mousehold because it's basically a 50-50. Both hit Jirachi good. For which one do you think is the switch mod? Here we see Tidy Up now.
There was maybe an argument for Dynamic Punch being a sort of weird middle ground, but it didn't really hit Jirachi super hard, I presume.
It
so-
depends on whether you think it's going to get the Confusion, because I know Confusion is 50-50.
Oh, Dynamic Punch is actually a guaranteed.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Is its accuracy that's 50%.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, sorry, I got the stats wrong.
I imagine this lives a population. We see it.
We're seeing a Terra.
This is Terra Ghost.
Oh,
I forgot this was Terra Ghost.
So-
Oh, what a call!
that is a very good call. We are once again proving that Choice Scarf Gudra is the meta.
I'm not sure if you needed to Terra there, but I imagine
To be fair,
I would do a
yeah.
shot.
I also think it's oh crit. Okay, well that didn't really
Definitely
matter.
didn't matter, but...
Oh no, it definitely mattered. Trust me.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I think it's a situation of like if population bomb does kill, then you don't have an answer.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those where it's like
So I
it
think
probably
it's
does 60, but
yeah.
if it ends up getting some
Yeah.
lucky crits, you just lose on the spot.
Yeah. Like usually with like terrestrialization and stuff, you want to save it for the late game to like guarantee a win. But like Terra is always just a backup resource where it's like, okay, if I'm in a losing situation, I'm gonna pull the ripcord and see what happens. And you can see that here where we thought population bomb could either kill or do a lot of damage, so we are just using the Terra Ghost to reduce that chance to 0.
I imagine this Zapdos is just clicking knock.
Yes.
I miss one move. But...
Yeah. However, now it is stuck on body press. Here's knockoff.
Gets rid of the scarf.
Does get rid of Scarf,
It
but I
can-
don't think that matters because it had to go for body press
Yeah.
anyway.
I imagine you just sack Gudra here.
Yeah.
It's
To be fair-
done its job.
Yeah. Thank you for approving all the Choice Scarf Hisui Gudra users proud. I feel like we've helped that very, very niche community in this match.
You know it's locked into knockoff. I'm very interested to see what comes out next. Because what's left on Joe's team? It's the Polygon.
Porygon, Swolurk, Reuniclus. I think.
Ooh,
Here comes Swolurk.
does it live a knock from 4? I'm not sure.
I perhaps thought he was going to go Porygon because Porygon has already lost its item, so knockoff doesn't do as much.
Yeah, maybe it would live. It's hard to say.
Yeah. I mean, this goal.
Oh,
Oh,
it's Cobra!
oh, it's Cobra. Okay.
Okay, he.
Okay, 50%. Gets rid of. Oh wait, it doesn't because it used the berry already. Goes to Poltergeist.
With the ban. This will probably doesn't quite
Yeah.
kill.
I think the Poltergeist was a correct play because it's more reliable because if you go Stone Edge then it's instantly just gonna go into Jirachi, so you might as well do reliable damage and threaten everything.
Yeah, there's nothing on that team left that can actually take Poltergeist.
Yeah, the only answer was Mousehold, and that has unfortunately got Terra Ghost. So
Guess the question is, do you try and save Golurk for later? But I don't think there's anything you can swap into. Because like, if you lose Polygon, you lose Trick Room.
swaps out.
I suppose no, because you have Reuniclus still. So
I think honestly he's swapping because into Volcanion.
I think about 30. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is bulky.
Loses the boots.
I think it's because Golok might be a better Trick Room sweep.
Yeah.
Because you get no guard, choice band, and then just any move you want. So I'm pretty sure there's just the entire game plan with it is, okay, the moment I get Trick Room up, I do as much damage with Golok as possible. But it's just a question of will we see that Trick Room go up?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get
Yeah.
Polygon or the Unicorns back. We see a Heat Wave.
Heat Wave,
Does okay.
alright damage. Do we see a burn?
No.
We do not. A burn would be very helpful in this situation. However, now Salamence does have room to EQ, and with the no terror, there is no way to get around it without
Calling out the switch. If a Steam Eruption burn happens here, that could be a big swing.
I mean, either move, Steam Eruption or Heat Wave can burn, so using either move can probably help. It has stayed in, goes for Steam Eruption,
Does a lot.
does a lot of damage,
Doesn't get
doesn't
the
get
burn.
burn. Unfortunate.
I would imagine that is game there, with everything else being shit.
That's unfortunate.
Goes for
Ooh,
Roost.
Roost.
That's a dangerous game you're playing.
Oh, calls a swap.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah. Honestly, though, but I do understand. You go for that's a really good call, but I do understand the game plan there. It's like, okay, this thing is going for Earthquake. It's going to try and kill my Volcanion. So you go into the flying type and hope that it clicks the Earthquake. Unfortunately, not the case. But I respect the play because I understand where he's coming from.
I'm also
goes for Rock
realising
Slide.
That even if it burned, this Salamence's Earthquake Facade.
Oh,
So the burn wouldn't have actually mattered that much. Maybe it didn't work, but...
Yeah, I suppose though, with your only attacking moves being Facade or Earthquake, it's a question of do you think you're better off living a Facade than EQ? Because EQ hits a lot of the team for good. Goes Facade.
Doesn't
kill. Knock off.
It does a lot.
Does good
knocks
leftovers.
And I know this one carries Sucker. The thing is, do you ever Sucker Punch into D-Don's Roost?
Goes to Roost. We didn't see the animation come up, so he hasn't clicked the thingy button. The problem is that this Salamence is now pure dragon because Roost removes the flying type.
This Mensa lives forever in front of Birdia. I think this is over.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though Rocky Payload does give you a good, nice stab damage boost on all your rock moves, because this Salamence is always gonna Roost, then it's effectively just a pure dragon type, which will only take neutral damage.
Yeah, we see the taunt now, but I think it's...
I think you needed the taunt turns ago while it was still looking at healing.
It's unfortunate. I can't imagine anything is living this menace now. Maybe Golurk lives an EQ, but I don't think it kills back.
There's Facade. That does kill Bombardier.
The actual play is you click Dynamic Punch to
And
roll
hope it-
confusions.
To be fair,
Right.
to be fair, this is what was it like? Okay, here we go. Porygon. We could see this play happen right in front of our eyes. Because the attack boost, because I know Confusion always mostly works from your physical attack stat, and with 2 Dragon Dances up, there is a chance. Oh, here we go. Unnecessary crit, but AO. But yeah, so there is a chance that if we see Confusion, we could get a multi-unlock Confusion into Salamence accidentally ending itself.
I'm upset that we haven't seen Golurk come out yet, because I'm pretty sure it's the only out. It probably dies to an Earthquake, to be honest, but there's maybe a reality.
I think it's also just because he's throwing everything he can, because it's like, okay, he knows Golux is his win comp, but he wants set up for it, so you just throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks. But now Golux is the last mon remaining. Does it live in attack?
I don't think so. Okay, all of our theorizing didn't matter.
No. But to be fair, it would have been funny.
It would have been funny. I mean, very well played from the Lancaster side.
Yeah.
Not much you can really say about that. Adapted very well to the Trick Room in
Yeah.
in the second game.
Which
so.
now makes it unfortunately 6-0 to the Lancaster.
Well, it's fortunately for
yeah.
you.
Unfortunate for you, to be fair. Fortunate for us. Now we only have really VGC as the way out. Will we get a clean Lancaster sweep?
Save us, Phil.
Yeah.
Save us, Phil.
Is the power of Phil strong enough to save York? All right. I believe is commentator swapping over now. I believe for the last match, so I will
I'm
be
still
depart.
here.
Yeah, you'll still be here, but I will be departing now. So good luck to everyone.
I guess I'll stay here and yap for the intermission.
Yeah,
so.
you gotta keep the app sesh going.
I mean, let's interview. Let's get an interview.
Okay.
From the person helping run the stream on the Lancaster side. So, what are you thinking so far?
I mean, of course, I'm delighted. 6-0. It's incredible.
Yeah, hard to complain.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I could do anywhere near as well as anyone competing on either side today, but I mean, I am delighted as well, aren't I?
And we have our second commentator over already. Hang on, let me get the cable out of your way. Yeah, let's do that. So,
I've returned.
yeah, feel free to introduce yourself.
I'm back. I was here at the start.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's Sylvie again. VGC Goat. I've not played VGC in like 6 months, but like it's the same format that I played last year, so it should be all good. I'm looking forward to this one. I've been looking forward to it all day, so it should be all right. Who have we got playing for York?
So on York's side, we have our front player Phil. We've been helping like build with and like giving feedback. Isn't like super experienced with VGC, like dabbles, you know, but usually with like unrestricted formats more so. So this is a bit of a change for him, but I'm sure he'll adapt to it fine.
Nice. And then for Lancaster, we've got Liara. She whatchamacallit, she's an official judge, I think, as far as I'm aware, for VGC and the TCG as well. I hope to practice a little bit. She's the goat of VGC right now, so I'm sure she'll do just fine. I believe.
So do you have any intel on what we're expecting from the Lancaster side?
So we've got a bit of a unconventional with the VGC. We're allowed to bring one legendary Pokemon.
Yeah.
So Liara, as far as I'm aware, unless anything has changed, she's bringing a bit of an unconventional one. She's bringing Lunala.
Interesting. Okay, so
I think it's a bit of a like trick room sort of team. I can't remember the full like capabilities of it, but I practiced against it and it was very good. So I'm looking forward to seeing it actually get used properly.
yeah, remember Lunala being big during Sword and Shield, obviously.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I mean, bit of a different meta game. Obviously, we had
Yeah.
Dynamax and stuff like that, but not surprised to hear that it's functional here as well. On Phil's side, we have a Kyogre Rain team. Fairly,
I love Kyogre Rain so much. That's my
it's a
favorite.
classic.
I like that one a lot.
Very glad that we haven't been told that there's a Koraidon rocking up, because that would be horrifying.
Yeah.
Believe, if I'm remembering correctly, for this is the only format where there is open team sheet. So
Yes, it is.
So each player will know the moves, the terror type of the opposing opponent's Pokemon,
Yep.
but they won't know the stats.
Yeah, they don't know any stats or anything like that. You just get the moves and the terror types as well.
Yeah.
Which makes it fairly interesting, to be fair, because it means there's no like surprises in store. You'll be like, oh, there's no like, why does it know this move? Like it should know this. Especially Smeargle. I don't like Smeargle, so I like to see that I can know what their Smeargle has, because it always has something really random and it makes me really annoyed when I get tricked by it.
Yeah, a lot less likely for our players to be caught unawares by random whack sets that nobody ever runs ever.
Yeah, pretty much. I've lost many games online to random people just bring whatever they felt like at the time. And it looks like they're slowly getting ready now, so
Yeah,
it should be ready to go soon.
I think they were just setting up the
I think so, yeah, the rule set, yeah.
because-
We should say this is the only double battle format
Yes.
as well. And it's the World Series for the Pokemon World Championships, VGC, is using the same rules, I guess. I don't know. That's always important to mention, I guess.
Yeah, I think technically with our rule set we are a set behind because
Yes, we are,
had to lock
because
in.
the sets changed but they did not change recently enough, so people would not have had enough time to practice. So we're
Yeah.
one step behind the official Pokemon rules, but they're still like official regulations, so it's all good.
Just seeing
Seems-
the.
Oh,
That is.
that's a single
that's
battle.
Single battle.
Oh, they figured
Okay,
it out.
no.
I think they've realised
Would
they've
you like
queued
to-
into a single battle.
Oh, I think you have to back out.
I think we have to
fully.
back out, yeah, so we might be
Oh.
waiting a little bit longer. We'll see. Yeah, they figured it out. Phew, that would have been clear. VGC,
There
as
we
a
go.
double, as a single battle, VGC does not work at all. I tried it once and my team got destroyed. So I vowed never to do that ever again.
Yeah, for me personally, restricted formats have never been really my forte.
Really?
Yeah.
I like restricted formats. I think it makes it more fun because you can like team building feels a little bit more like I have my restricted. How do I support that and get it going? It helps me like focus on what I'm doing. So I feel like I just have like a bunch of random stuff that I'm not really sure what's going on.
I definitely don't dislike restricted formats, especially
Yeah.
double restricted, because it means that like you could use some more weirder restricted
Mm.
Pokemon like Palkia and
Yeah.
Dialga.
I made
and
Dialga in Gen 8. I tried to make a Trick Room team when
Mm.
Dynamax was a thing. I really like that.
We are seeing the Lunala.
Yep, Lunala. So we've got Lunala, Urshifu. I believe that's Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Oh, gonna be able to make use of that rain then. That's pretty
Yes. And then it's a Moongus, Indeedee, Tornadus, and it is. What's that one called?
Ursaluna.
Ursaluna, my favourite one.
scary. Yeah, fairly standard Trick Room setup with a, I would say, an unstandard restricted for the strategy.
Yeah, I believe this is like a bit of a Trick Room and a Tailwind team. It can kind of work in both.
Well, yeah.
As well as Lunala gets access to what's it called? Meteor Beam for the power herb that it's holding, but it also gets what's that I'm thinking of? Expanding Force.
Oh,
So,
it's expanding.
It does. So
force.
Indeedee is a
Ah.
very we'll see it here.
Yeah.
Indeedee is a very powerful helper for Lunala.
Yeah, immediately leading. Oh no,
See?
we're changing up.
Oh
the
no, we're
strat.
going with
Going-
Tornadus first.
Which I mean,
Indeedee in the back.
seeing the Tornadus on the other side,
Yes.
obviously with the Insin as well, Size Spam is a little bit worse off into Insin.
Yes.
The Urshifu is Rapid Strike here, so unfortunately won't be able to come in on the Psychic moves as easily.
Not really,
but
no.
Gonna be interesting to see what
I'm
the
looking,
lead
I'm
is
looking
for
forward to this
Phil.
one. I'm looking
Yeah,
forward
it should
to
be
this
good
one.
fun.
If I was going to guess from Phil, I'm thinking something like Tornadus and maybe Kyogre, actually. I
Yeah.
feel like that might be what they bring here.
Yeah, because like the Kyogre isn't particularly scared of anything other than a Moongus. So if you lead Torn, you can threaten a Bleakwind into a Moongus as well. Bleakwind's Origin Pulse is
Yes, because
potentially scary.
Kyogre setting the rain for literally everything else to take advantage of it. Bleakwind won't miss. Kyogre itself will be boosted. Urshifu will be boosted. There's a lot of high damage on sorry, I forget his name.
Phil.
Phil's team. I'm really bad at names.
It's
But yeah,
fine.
so Phil's got a lot of damage incoming here, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be the classic VGC, like, oh boy, this is a set that's lasted 10 minutes max.
Yeah, I imagine so. I imagine VGC is a lot more fast-paced than, say, UU or NU.
No one's going to be left off the cart in Lancaster. Let's
Thank
go.
goodness, we'll be able to get the bus home. Oh!
Torn Ursh versus
Ursh
Lunala.
Lunala.
Ooh, shiny Lunala.
That's
Oh, it
shiny.
looks so good.
It does,
Oh my
it does. So I assume there'll be like Meteor Beam into
God. Immediately terrible.
yes, and Tailwind. I have a feeling we could see Rain Dance coming. Will we see Rain Dance? Sometimes Tornadoes Rain Dance just to manage to get that rain up. Should say Kyogre's not coming or Kyogre goes down.
I think the surging strikes into Lunala is obvious to break the Shadow Shield.
Yeah.
But with it Terroring Grass, it's not.
Terra Grass is not going to do much. Yeah, that'll be what that's for. And it's also good for against the Moongus because it can't be put to sleep anymore by Spore.
And Terroring Grass resists Origin Pulse as well.
It does,
That's
yes. It's
really
actually a very favourable Terra type here for us.
Hmm.
So I'm glad to see that it's there.
If I remember correctly, the Kyogre does have Ice Beam, so it has a means to
Yes,
damage
Kyogre,
them.
Kyogre normally runs Ice Beam. It's normally like Origin Pulse and Water Spout, one of those two. I like Origin Pulse a bit more because Water
Yeah.
Spout can be a bit. You have to be sure you're going to win.
Yeah, a bit
if you run Water Spout.
temperamental.
And then Ice Beam, Protect because Protect is a staple of VGC, and Thunder because Drizzle it will always be able to press Thunder.
Oh, we don't see the Tailwind or the Rain Dance on the Tornadus.
I'm intrigued to see what it's going for.
I think we're not going to get to see it. I think it
It
just
might not.
dies.
It depends if this is a focus sash.
Oh, it could...
Oh! Meteor beam missed.
And you
Meteor beam missed into Kyogre, and then it'll press Liquid Storm. This is actually really bad for us,
That
if that's what it is.
it should be. If this torn, I mean, obviously the meteor beam miss sucks.
Yes,
but
it does.
if
That's really unfortunate. It's a Moongus. Interesting.
Wait,
Thankfully,
unfortunately,
Bleak Wind misses Tornadus, but
It
it
hit-
does hit
it
Lunala.
hit the more important one. I'm not gonna say that was equal level
Yeah.
of shenanigans.
Okay, expanding foot. We might see a switch to a switch to Indeedee here.
Mm,
This is going to wreak havoc on the enemy team because we still get the boost from the Meteor Beam. It might have missed, but we are still boosted by it now.
I think this might be a double pickup.
It might be.
or like at least a double
Amoongus
drop.
is
Sash.
very bulky. Amoongus is very bulky, so I'll be intrigued to see if it can live.
+1 expanding force.
It's plus
bulky,
one.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
we'll see, because expanding
Yeah.
force is technically slightly weaker in going into 2 Pokemon because of how
very
VGC works, but I have a feeling it might not matter. We shall see, but I have a feeling this thing's going. Amoongus might go for Rage Powder to try and move things away from it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
So
maybe
Tornadus
maybe
goes
a
back.
Rage Powder and a Bleak Wind again. I think Bleak Wind again here is just... what
Bleak
you
Wind
do.
is very risky, especially without the rain.
Yeah, you're rolling
so
that 20%.
We are,
chance
yeah,
to miss
we're
on
kind of
one.
like praying for Bleak Wind to. I wanted to miss,
Psychics.
but Psychic Seed that will keep Indeedee alive. Okay, who is seeing Terra? I'm thinking Terra Dark
On
on.
a Moongus, sure.
Ooh, it might be Terra Water actually. A Moongus is Steel. Okay, so that will
Steel,
resist.
very
Okay, that is
nice.
good. I think Terra Dark maybe on Tornadus, so it can block things like Taunt from another Tornadus
Let me see the
and
tail.
such things. And it will make it immune to this expanding force that's about to enter the field. I'm intrigued to see what. Okay, Tornadus goes down.
Right,
I'm
it's got
intrigued
down.
to see what Moongus presses. I think it's. Oh,
Sludge picks up the kill on the Lunala.
so we've lost a Lunala, which is not ideal at all.
Trading Terra and Lunala for Torn.
That is a very good deal, if you ask me, especially since they already got Tailwind up. They are in a very good position here.
Especially with the Tailwind being a turn later,
Yeah.
means that Phil will get a turn of speed advantage once it comes down
Yes,
to the
it
end
will.
of this.
However, we do have Trick Room on Indeedee, I believe. So we could turn that against them and have that one turn where we try to pick something up, but it might be better just to try to leave.
Yeah, that's sort of showing the benefits of having that dual.
Yeah,
speed
having that
control
kind of
team,
like,
yeah.
okay, I can survive in both this and this.
Yeah, just getting to pivot out.
Yep,
of
here
whatever
it
that
comes.
situation is. Yeah,
Here comes Kyogre.
and that is
Drizzle.
Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Yes, it
that
is.
correct. So I guess close combat.
I think
into the
Surging Strikes.
Kyogre is
I
pretty
think it's safe, but I have a feeling this Kyogre is going to do a lot of damage. I feel like maybe actually, yeah. It depends if Kyogre or Urshifu is faster. I'm not quite sure. Yep, that's what she's going to go for. It could be Helping Hand here to help.
Ooh, Helping Hand him, but be
Follow Me could also be nice. Say it's going for Thunder.
yeah.
And also this keeps. So Urshifu has a Sash, so it'll go to its Sash if it's like Origin Pulse, or some kind of other move like a Water Spout as well.
And it's preventing
And it prevents the double up from
Amoongus.
Amoongus. It's
That's
also
a
stopped
very
Amoongus
good
pushing
plan.
Urshifu to sleep, which it may want to do.
Close combat.
Okay, we outspeed. That's a lot. That's big. What is Amoongus going to press? Oh, that is so big for us. That is so big for Lancaster. Kyogre is getting greedy. Although, it's not over for Kyogre. Here it is. Because Amoongus knows Rage Powder. I am going to guarantee. Urshifu cannot get around that. But
We're about to see.
Urshifu's Sash has not gone down. So it can go into the Amoongus, get a kill, and then... Indeed, he's going to switch out here.
I think that's fair.
I think that is fair. Yeah.
because it means once the Tailwind drops,
Yeah.
you immediately get to re-up
Yes,
it.
you're right. Yeah, we're trying to get Tailwind back on the field, aren't we? Although
The
I'm
thing is,
quite scared of what Kyogre's going to press.
assuming this is Rage Powder, does Torn live a +1 Origin Pulse? I'm
I
not sure.
I don't think it does, especially in the rain. And it's probably, if I had to guess, I'm not sure what the set on Kyogre is. If I had to guess, it's probably Mystic Water. No, it's Leftovers, isn't it? We saw that.
We do
Yep,
see
Red
Rage
Powder. This should be a Moongus gone.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it doesn't drop
It
to
can be
this.
quite bulky, but this is super effective. Yep,
Yeah.
that's it.
Now,
HFE will go to its Sash, which is fine. Now, it all comes down to, is Tornadus going to live?
I mean, it comes down to, does Origin Pulse hit? It's Rocky Helmet! The
Oh
dash is
no!
gone.
Oh
There's
no!
potential
Oh
for a
no!
double
No!
hiccup
No! No!
here.
No! 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 Origin Pulse?
It missed!
Something. What? Who missed? Tornadus dodged it.
Torn, okay,
That's
that's
unfortunate. That
less
is okay.
important, I think. That's
We
kinda
have.
terrible.
It depends what comes in now. It depends what comes in now. I think we have one turn. Do we have one turn of Tailwind
I
left?
think that.
Or is ours gone?
Tailwinds are still up. Oh, that's huge.
This is not good for
but
us.
no, but no. That's actually better for you because you get the Tailwind up this turn.
We get Tailwind up this turn,
Mind
but
you, do you care? Because your
Kyogre's
DB's
going to
asleep.
like wreak havoc on us.
I
Yeah,
think
that's the
Kyogre
problem.
Might just pick up the double.
Kyogre might just win from here. It's +1, and it's calm-minded, so Liquid Storm's going to do even less.
In comes Prime Afnan and the Urshifu.
Yeah.
I
This
think
might be it.
especially being the last one.
Alluring Voice, that can be pretty good actually, to be fair. Trick Room, right. What do we do?
Do you Tailwind and Alluring Voice trying to get turn 1 Wake Up?
This is a really tricky
Oh,
decision.
you
I
don't
don't know what I
really
do. I
win,
think, yeah, the Iris kind of has to. She has to like try and just pick up a KO.
Yeah, I mean, Origin Pulse Miss is your hit.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So hopefully we see that.
And I
Please.
imagine the Surging Strikes is probably going into the Torn.
Yeah. We'll have a look, we'll see. Surging
See
Strikes, yep.
Into the Torn.
One.
Does that kill?
I don't think it does actually.
2?
Oh, no,
Maybe
I
it's a
I
roll?
think it might be a roll, yeah.
Oh,
no.
And
And here comes Origin Pulse, I imagine.
And it's single target. as
Yeah,
well.
that's not going to be good for us at all. Let's see how much,
Oh,
Miss Beam.
sure.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Indeed, he has to take the turn of sleep because it can't wake up on its first turn.
I personally am not a fan of that middle ground play, but like it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. No, they'd won, but I appreciate them being safe with it and trying to.
Yeah.
Yep. That's going to be a concede from Liara, so that's
I
game
thought
one.
Phil was conceding for a second. I was like, what are you doing?
That would be quite funny.
Okay.
Please do, please do.
So we see-
Okay.
So we see Phil go 1-up,
We
which
do.
I believe this is the third York player to take a game.
Yes. We're not out yet because Liara has yet to show the Trick Room set. I think that might be coming in this next game, to be honest.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that's probably what's going to happen.
I could maybe see Phil bringing a Rillaboom in the back for
Yeah.
terrain control as an adaptation.
Yes, I could see that because that would help prevent
The size spam.
Side Spam, which is very, very dangerous.
It depends whether he just sticks with the same core, going, you know what, it worked last time, it
Yeah.
might work again, but I think that's risky.
If I was Liara, I would be considering at least bringing Ursaluna.
Yeah.
I would maybe consider not bothering with Tailwind and going all in on Trick Room and bringing like Lunala, Indeedee, Ursaluna, and like a Moongus.
Because the thing is, like, on the front of it, Ursaluna looks terrible here. I mean, you've got Rillaboom.
In fact, here we go. I called
Kyogre.
it.
Yeah.
Is she
exactly.
gonna lock it in? She
Yeah.
is.
It's like
Okay, we're going Trick Room mode.
On the surface, Ursaluna looks terrible. Like, it falls to Kyogre, it falls to Rillaboom, it falls to Urshifu.
Urshifu. A lot of things it's weak to, but Facade, Terra Normal, Guts boosted Flame Orb, that's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Like
nothing on Phil's team is taking that in a Trick Room.
no, it is not. Especially if we
maybe
get Terra Normal.
in Sin,
Exactly.
but like,
So I'm quite confident here that things are not over. BGC is very, very volatile, so it's not over until the game is done.
yeah.
See Phil's giving it quite a long thought, which is fair enough. I also can take a while in to select sometimes. I'm like, oh, what do I want? I do agree. I think Rillaboom would be quite useful for stopping size spam, and it would also help against Ursaluna, but that could work against it. Say it's trying to press Grassy Glide, and we are able to get our Psychic Terrain back up before it can, and we can start blocking that. So it is a very tricky position.
I guess I'd bring Kyogre, Urshifu with Willa, Incin in the back.
Incineroar is okay here, but a lot of what Liara is bringing doesn't care about its attack. Only Ursaluna, and even then, Ursaluna is so powerful anyway.
It probably
I don't think it matters. It will just be like, yeah, you've intimidated me, but I am Guts boosted for Sard. Terra Normal, I don't care.
Yeah, just drops the nuke anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So, especially it'll have like, what's it called? Headlong Rush or High Horsepower or something along those lines. Or just Earthquake. But also, we do see Incineroar. Okay.
Into
Fake Out is not going to help us here because of Psychic Terrain, which is good.
Yeah, they also can't actually hit into the.
This is a very
Lunala.
favourable lead, I think, for Lunala.
Yeah.
Lunala, so I think she's got it here. Psychic Seed again helping out. Because they cannot break Shadow Shield, even with Fake Out, even if they wanted to.
Yeah, we see the Intimidate doesn't affect really either of those mons.
Probably.
Meteor Beam into
Meteor
Incin
Beam.
is so safe.
Meteor Beam, Trick Room.
I don't even think you need a helping hand. Yeah, you could just follow me and protect the Lunala.
I would Trick Room here. Oh, I guess Knockoff is very scary, actually. Meteor Beam. I would risk the Trick Room, I feel like. Would I? It depends what Incineroar's doing, because yeah, I think Follow Me is a safer idea, actually, because Knockoff will do nothing to an Indeedee without an item.
Yeah. It doesn't stop the Origin Pulse, really.
It doesn't, but Shadow Shield will keep us up,
Yeah.
and we've got the special defense boost, so we should be okay.
It's probably... It probably does like a quarter to Lunala and maybe
Probably.
half to
Yeah.
Indeedee on a high estimate.
We'll see. Although Incineroar's probably Assault Vest, or it might be Parting Shot, so it might not. It might Citrus Berry. Those are its two more like popular items, so I guess we'll see.
I think we're about to see an
Meteor
instant
Beam, can we
death
hit
of
Meteor
this.
Beam this time?
If
Please.
it misses again, I'm so sorry.
Please, Lunala. Yeah.
Okay, it hit.
Thank you,
I'm pretty sure it's
Lunala.
gonna be a dead Incin. Yeah.
Yes! That is what we like to see. No Fake Out, no Knockoff, no anything, no funny business.
And I assume we're gonna see.
Calm Mind! Okay. I can see why, because Lunala's a very scary,
Yeah.
but we still have Shadow Shield.
And with you being slower, like.
Yes. You're slower, so we don't want to press, we will just press Helping Hand Expanding Force here, actually. That is what is going to happen.
If you've got Rilla, now is the time to bring it.
Yeah, if you have Rillaboom, you need to bring it out now.
I think that's Rilla.
That is Rillaboom.
Rilla. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
The thing is, even if you Grassy Glide and Origin Pulse, the Lunala Terraring
No,
Grass.
Lunala can Terra Grass. Lunala's a very interesting choice to make. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I don't think they've twigged.
Liara.
I mean, to be fair,
Have you
what
noticed,
else,
please?
I mean, what else are you going to
That's
click into
true.
the Kyogre?
That's
is the
true. It's a
argument.
very tricky situation. This could be... I don't know what the Terra and Kyogre is. The Magic is probably water. And this is going for as much damage as they can.
I also don't think Phil will Terra the Kyogre here. I don't think they're
No.
reading the threat that...
This is just a very offensive, very like, I'm trying to get as much damage as I possibly can.
Maybe Kyogre lives? It
Does
plus
helping-
ones for death?
Does Helping Hand come out before Fake Out? It does. If it's going for
yes.
Fake Out, it comes out before. U-turn!
Is it a U-turn?
I'm seeing a Origin Pulse coming out here.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant about that placement, as I think that might be a mistake.
I personally would have liked to have broken the Shadow Shield there. I
Yeah.
don't think it's a bad
Moongus? Okay, Expanding Force comes out.
play. Ooh!
Doesn't do enough. Doesn't do nearly enough. Ooh,
Oh.
that's a
Interesting
of,
graphic.
Okay, indeed, he does go
It
down.
really goes down.
That's unfortunate.
Shadow Shield halves damage, right? So I think
Yes.
Lunala would have still lived.
Lunala would have lived barely. What needs to happen now is to Terra Grass, Trick Room, I think.
Yeah, the Terra Grass here.
That Amoongus, though, that's a big problem. That's a huge problem.
Yeah, because you can't attack the
we
the
need
Kyogre anymore.
to. So, Terra Grass,
Terra
yes.
Grass, yeah,
Trick Room,
yeah, makes
Spore
sense.
Kyogre,
Spore the Kyogre, I think
yes. Because
Yeah, I think that's
Amoongus
risky.
can't do a lot. It can press. It can Clear Smog.
Clear Smog's actually not bad.
Clear Smog is quite good,
Yeah.
actually. Yep, and the RSC that.
I would
I agree with that
assume-
choice.
I'd assume Phil is rage powdering here because, like, if you
I would
make
assume
another
so.
expanding force or random hit into Kyogre,
Yeah,
that's bad.
Kyogre is in trouble if that happens, so we shall see.
If it gets clear smog, that's actually pretty terrible as well.
It is because they lose the special defense and the special attack boost, and that will prevent Kyogre from being able to pick up a kill without Shadow Shield.
That's the Terra from my
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we say Terra Grass, great. No Spore for us. Although, oh no, your Amoonguss knows Sludge Bomb, right? I believe
Yes.
Phil knows Sludge
Will
Bomb.
we see the Terra?
You will see
from-
Terra. I believe this will probably be for Amoonguss or Steel.
Yeah.
No,
Ooh,
it's not.
okay.
Do not be Terra Steel.
Terra Grass.
Terra Grass. That's big for us because we're pressing Clear Smoke, so we'll just get that super
Yeah,
effective
that's-
damage.
I mean, I understand the play.
I understand of
Spore-
like not wanting to be spored, so.
my
Oh, that is so
God.
huge.
Kyogre
is
is
so
the most
huge.
fraudulent mod of all time.
That is so huge. Spore does not go off. That is excellent.
Oh, that's so bad.
Lunar's pressing he's pressing Trick Room. That is why I was wondering what was going on. Why Lunar didn't act at all.
Interesting thing here is that Kyogre is now faster than Lunar.
Yes, you're right. Actually, I'm starting to wonder why we pressed Trick Room in the first
The thing,
place.
so the issue is if Phil takes the kill on Lunala,
I don't
Burst
think
the
he
Lunar.
can kill Lunala from here though, because
yeah, I think Ice Beam isn't doing
maybe
enough.
doubling up would do it. Actually,
But the other equal issue is that,
Moongeist Beam. Yep,
yeah, that makes
that
sense.
is correct. That is the right idea. Pollen Puff into Lunala. Pollen Puff on your own
and it-
Pokemon will heal you, and it
gives
should
the
restore Shadow Shield.
Shield. Tea.
Oh my goodness. I'm kind of expecting a double up here of like, so we'll see Pollen Puff. I think we'll see like Sludge Bomb, Ice Beam, honestly.
Yeah, that's maybe a thing.
Lunala gets Shadow Shield back, so it
See
will
the sludge.
shrug off the Sludge. Do
Doesn't
not get poisoned.
Doesn't get poisoned.
Ice Beam, yep.
Beam.
This shouldn't kill.
Does a charm.
Do not freeze. Thank goodness.
I don't know what
Never
you said
punished.
there.
Never
I don't know
pu-
what you said.
Never
there.
punished. Never punished.
I wouldn't have let it come to my mind. Oh, that kills. I forgot that
This
Lunala
might be
was
it
plus
here.
1.
They've not got Terror, so an Expanding Force is going to take out their Amoonguss.
Trick Room is still up.
Trick
up
Room's
for
still up,
3
so
more
Pollen Puff is
turns.
going to go off for Lunala.
Not a lot. I don't see a lot that Phil can manage to get through.
No, it also depends. Oh, it's Rillaboom as well.
U-turn.
Fake out. Sludge Bomb.
Fake out
perhaps?
Sludge Bomb is real.
We are switching Lunala out to be
Hard
safe.
into Ursa. Yeah, I think that's a very good play.
But what's Amoonguss going to do? Can't do anything.
I guess-
2 grass types.
Yeah, you Pollen Puff the Miller for some shit. I think swapping out the Lunala there is very smart.
I do, yeah.
You do technically sacrifice a turn of Trick Room, which
do,
if
but I
Phil
think we have
has-
time.
If Phil has like Protect and stuff, that maybe it gets a bit scary. But I think overall, it's looking a bit scary. Still thinking long and hard about this turn.
I would be too.
Yeah.
Could see a Wood Hammer on the project for a switch.
If we see a Wood Hammer, that could be huge. But I think we're gonna see a U-turn.
Fake out, yeah, there it is.
Fake out into the Lunala slot. That's unfortunate. I'm
Oh,
gonna
no.
do like 20.
It was a fair decent match.
Better than nothing. And we see the sludge.
Honestly,
Poison.
poisonous. We want either or, to be honest. Because we're good, so poison
Yeah.
or burn. We'll get burned here by our flame orb, though. I think. Or does that pop next?
I think yeah.
Okay, I think this is it. Rillaboom can grassy glide, but I don't think
It's-
that's killing a Lunala.
It's not.
Checked.
Do we? Oh,
I think we're stalling out the
the grassy.
we're stalling out grassy terrain because I
That's
don't
so
think Rillaboom
true.
set it back up.
The thing is,
Although
if this Rilla,
Rillaboom-
this Rilla might be AV, so in
Might
which case
be.
I don't think it matters.
yeah,
But if this Rilla has Protect, next turn double Protect stalls out the Trick Room.
that's what I'm thinking. Trick Room is should be up for one more turn after this. I think I've not been counting.
Yeah. And the thing is, Nyara's playing with a lot more information than we are.
Yes,
we're finding
they've got the
these sets
sheets.
that
Yeah,
fly.
we have to find out the hard way.
Chances are, with that play, the Rillaboom doesn't have Protect, I would have to assume.
Yeah, this is a very safe play from Yara. I do believe it to be the correct one. Rage Powder, yep, because
Yeah.
oh yeah, because Amoonguss can't.
It's not really doing a whole lot.
No.
We do see the glides.
Honestly,
Protected.
since not Urshifu, sorry. I can't speak
Oh
anymore.
wait, Oh, Rage Powder doesn't work on grass types.
It does not. But
Oh.
it does work on Ursaluna, so my thing is, feels very safe to press Woodhammer actually into Ursaluna, because
Yeah,
what's it going to press? Because the Rage Powder will stop it.
Woodhammer and Dry.
One more time.
Yeah, I think Woodhammer and
Facade.
Rage Powder brings down.
And we just pollen puff here.
The issue is, even if you pick up the Rillaboom, you don't 1v1 the Lunala.
Yeah, I feel like Lunala will still do a lot. Okay, and we're
And
going to try to
Lungus.
heal. We're going to heal up Ursaluna, try and keep it alive, because I can feel a Woodhammer coming here. But yeah, I think Rillaboom will end up losing to the Lunala. Unfortunately, he's trying to delay the inevitable now. Yep, Rage Powder.
Yeah,
To be expected, but Facada's going to do so much here.
it's what you have to do, but Rillaboom isn't put it off the 1v2.
No, it's not.
Interestingly, the Amoonguss is faster than the Rillaboom.
We're in Trick Room, to be
Oh,
fair,
I mean,
so it's
Trick
slower.
Room, of course, I forgot. Ugh.
Now then.
No, Rocky Helmet Chip might matter.
Yeah. It might. Let's see. Woodhammer's going to do a lot here, but it's not Grassy Terrain boosting.
Oh,
Drum
drum
beating.
beating,
That works too.
doesn't kill.
It will kill next turn.
Yeah, and the Trick
Speed
Room's gone,
fail, but Trick Room is gone, unfortunately, so that is it.
and it's the issue that 2 Pollen
But
Puffs...
Lunala is going to finish the job, I have a feeling.
Yeah, 2 Pollen Puffs, I think, will...
Pollen Puff will... Yeah, you can't even 1v1 the Amoonguss, never mind Lunala. Amoonguss will... Amoonguss may take the game for us instead.
Mm,
So it looks like we're going to game 3.
always love to see a game 3.
We do, especially VGC, especially Roses, I've noticed, seems to always go to game 3 for the most part, from what I've seen. It came down to it at least last year, Roses, not an official one, we went to game 3. And same with Winter
Yeah.
Roses, I think Winter Roses both years has gone to game 3.
Yeah.
VGC is also very interesting, because I feel the first game is gather information, then the next 2 games are ones that really matter, to be honest.
Yeah, try to adapt to everything you learn.
Yeah,
I mean,
Phil recognises that they're in a losing position, so there's no point stalling it. And that will take us to game 3.
right.
Oh, 1-1. It's Ultra Play 4, I think. That was a much more dominant game from the Yara, though, I must say.
Yeah, it was maybe if that Origin Pulse hit,
Yeah.
it could have been a different game, but
It could
equally,
have been.
if the Meteor Beam in the first game hit,
I'd hate it could have been
Yeah.
very different as well.
we,
Yeah.
we can't be...
We can't attribute a lot to it.
Yeah.
Oh, this attack missed,
There-
but we
there's
do have
no
to acknowledge
ifs
it.
or buts. This is
Yeah.
the game that we agreed to play. We
Exactly,
Knew,
yeah.
we knew what we were getting into.
Like I said earlier, we at Lancaster are very, very familiar with moves that miss. So we appreciate when they don't, but we acknowledge when they do. I wonder. I'm trying to think. I think the arrow will bring the same. That was like,
I think if I was Liara, I'd put the same.
and I'm just thinking, what can Phil do to adapt? Because I was thinking maybe leave Urshifu behind because it really fell behind there. But not Urshifu, Rillaboom. But I think Urshifu is kind of needed, especially for
Just like if
Ursaluna.
if the Trick Room and Psychic Terrain is up, it's
Yeah,
Jove. Like
exactly.
you can't be doing, you don't get to do anything. So I think Rilla just
And
has to
this team, especially now with Shadow Shield, it's very hard to stop. If Tornadus knows Taunt, there is a chance, but that's why indeed he knows it as
Honestly.
well, so that we have to force him to guess.
It might just be the top 4 mons for Phil. I
It
think
might
I
be.
think Incin might have been a bait, which I
I
know I,
think
suggested. it, but-
Incineroar was did not get a lot of time to shine, but I feel like it's just in a very unfortunate spot. Let's see what
Oh, we see a change up.
Liara's considering going back to being very offensive.
Back to the game 1 stretch.
I'm not sure I agree with that decision,
The thing is, if Phil
but I will
is-
trust her on
If
this.
Phil is building hard into trying to counter
Yes.
the Trick Room, immediately pivoting
Pivoting to
makes
Tailwind
so
is
much
very good. We will see. We will see what happens. We'll see what happens.
sense.
Personally, Trick Room worked very well against that team. I would have used it again, but I will. Liara knows the team better than me, so I'm going to trust that she knows what's going on more than me. Okay, here we
Both
go.
locked in. Do we stop the 7-0?
We're about to find out. We're about to find.
Important
Come on,
day.
Lancaster.
Important
7-0. 7-0. We got it. We got it. Please. Right, let's see. I'm very, very interested to see what Phil will lead here.
I'm expecting to see Kyogre again.
Kyogre and something else.
Big Sarge.
Kyogre and
Kyogre
Torn.
Torn.
I believe this is a mirror of how. No, we started with Tornadus in the previous game in round 1. I believe this is the same lead as round 1 for Phil.
Is Bleakwind Origin Pulse going to really set? I think Bleakwind Origin Pulse, assuming you hit, which is a big assumption.
Bleakwind is guaranteed.
Yeah.
Origin Pulse is a bit more of an assumption, but that will just guarantee the Trick Room going off. I think we could see Trick Room from Indeedee here.
Yeah.
Because I think they'll be expecting Lunala to go for it instead, so they may taunt Lunala here. I don't know if Tornadus knows taunt, but if it does,
Torn might have to. It
we'll
would
find
make
out.
sense.
I don't think Psychic Terrain blocks it either, so we'll find out the hard way, I guess.
Is the issue of... I think Trick Room with Indeedee is slightly risky, because if Phil just goes, yeah, I'm going to click the 2 spread moves, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure Indeedee dies.
Oh no! Tragedy. Hold on. It depends. Bleak Wind, that's not going to be enough at all.
Oh, that's
And it might
bad.
lower our speed, which makes us even better in Trick Room.
Actually, looking at those damage numbers, I don't think the Origin Pulse killed, but...
Definitely no.
I don't know what the Protect was for. What
It
were
was
you
to
scared of?
see... I think they were worried for Side Spam.
I guess, but like...
Now, what I am going to say, I believe Lunala outspeeds Kyogre, but we got a speed drop from Bleak Windstorm, which means in Trick Room
Wait,
we outspeed
it's
now.
the worst drop of all
This
time.
might be the most unfortunate scenario. I can't lie, because Kyogre now can't protect on this next turn, so Moonguy's beam is very free.
I think if Villa isn't here to get rid of the Psychic Terrain, this might just be over.
That is Rillaboom, I believe. if I
That's
reckon.
a-
No, it's not. Ooh.
Oh, I think...
I'm not liking the look of this. It could be to bait Expanding Force. Yep, we will see that.
The Telegrass is...
Helping Hand. We
Yeah,
Helping Hand Expanding Force. We just start
think-
going for it.
I think this kills both.
Unless we see Rillaboom switching. But even then, Amoonguss is going down. Amoonguss could Terra Steel. We have to give it that.
Yeah, but it's like, does Amoonguss tearing...
But
Steel
like
gonna
Amoonguss
achieve
living,
anything?
Amoonguss living is whatever. Like what we care about is getting rid of that Kyogre, and
Yeah.
that will happen in this turn unless Rillaboom comes in. But then
She clicked
Rillaboom
the
will die.
Expanding Force into
into the
slot.
Amoonguss.
Oh, it's into the Amoonguss
Yep.
slot, so maybe...
So that was
Villa
two.
coming
That
in?
was, and there is no Rillaboom coming in.
Oh, it does... Oh, Switch happens.
Switch happens before Terror, as far as
Yeah.
I'm aware.
I think this might be a pack.
This might be it. Helping Hand, Expanding Force, +1, Lunala, in Psychic Terrain. This might be it.
This is like...
We're about to see the full power of Side
This
Spam.
is like the funny calc that you post on Twitter.
Yeah, this is
levels
like,
of
tee, look how much damage I'm doing. Yep, but that's not going to be.
I mean,
enough.
that's shit.
It's chip, but here it comes.
Oh, Kyogre live.
No,
Oh,
Side Spam is so oppressive.
Yeah.
Side Spam is so oppressive. It's actually ridiculous.
The Protect of Kyogre is fortunate.
Yeah, that protect was really unfortunate. I can see what they were going for. I think they were worried about Side Spam immediately.
Like,
But
Kyogre lives one.
after such a game from Trick Room, I think Phil should have been expecting it. Yep, this is it.
Oh,
You know,
very
like Expanding
well played,
Forces.
Lyara.
Very well played both, to be fair. That first game by Phil was very good. But Liara was able to adapt, fortunately. Helping Hand or Lumen Voice will do it here. Either or. We're going for Helping Hand.
Like,
No, we're going for Follow Me just in case. I guess Aqua J.
Yeah, and
just
like
to be safe.
the Earth, it has Terror technically, so there's like
That is true. We don't know what its touch. If I had to guess, it's probably water.
it's probably water.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves.
I don't think it even matters.
I don't think it
Like,
does anymore.
dies to an Expanding Force.
And then we've got our own Tornadus in the back, and I think it was Urshifu as well. So like we just then go, oh now wait, now we will come in and wait for Tailwind to be over and press Trick Room to be over and press Tailwind.
What if Zekrom came in with the steel chair and
Maybe.
Poco's Lunala?
That would be convenient for York, I must say. I don't know. I don't know how Lancaster would feel about that, unfortunately.
I think that might get us DQ'd for
I
outside
think it
help.
might do. I think it might. Just
Technic-
maybe.
Technically hasn't been written into the rule set what happens.
You're right, yeah, there's
but-
nothing to say as Zekrom can't intervene. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it will.
Oh,
And that is the
GG.
game, and that is 7-0 to Lancaster. Well done, Liara. Well done to Phil. Well done to everyone who played today.
Yeah,
It's been
very,
a great
very well
time.
played.
I've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been a great time. I think a lot of the games were closer than the results
Yes.
imply. This
Yes.
definitely isn't cope.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Some games were very close. I enjoyed all of those games actually.
Yeah, like there was like every set. I felt like the players played well.
Exactly.
It was entertaining.
It
like,
was, yeah.
saw a good range of strategies as well. Like we saw Trick Room in BGC, we saw Tailwind, we saw Trick Room in singles. We saw
Yu.
We saw Yu like pivoting, spam.
Everything, yeah.
We saw. I don't know what to define what I did in NU, but you know.
OU had a lot of offense going on.
Which to be expected.
Yeah, a wide array of things.
And nobody brought stall, which
No,
I'm very
I would
proud of us.
I would say one of Lancaster does have a stall team, but he would only bring it if it went to game 3, and it did not, so we did not have to say it.
We're very proud of you.
We're very proud. We're very proud. We're very proud of PJ for not bringing stalls. So thank you very much. But yeah, roses are red. That's all I can say. That's all I can say now. 7-0, we did it. This is revenge for Winter Roses, where we did not win.
It's fine. We'll get our clap back.
Yeah, you can come back in winter or next year, and we'll see if anything's changed. But I doubt it.
I'll unfortunately be graduated. This is my last Roses.
Oh,
so,
you'll have to follow it through the stream then.
Yeah. I mean, chances are I'll probably just make a trip of it.
Yeah,
visit
that's fair
Lancaster,
enough.
but
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we look forward to seeing everybody.
Would have liked to have won my last one, but life isn't a story like that, you know.
Yeah,
sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles.
Exactly.
But thank you all for everyone that's watched us online.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's been our first official Roses competition, so
exactly. Oh, I can hear everyone yelling and screaming in the other room.
Yeah, it's been our first official Roses competition, and I feel like
I think it's been a successful one.
Yeah, and hopefully everyone that's been watching has had fun and agrees, and hoping to keep up for the next foreseeable future.
As am I. I hope we'll be back next year.
Yeah, I was going to say I hope next year, but really I hope indefinitely.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. We're here to stay.
See how everything pans out.
Exactly. But yeah, I've not got anything else to say.
I guess we should probably sign off, as we have technically ran half an hour over. We caught up time.
That's not my fault.
Yeah, thank you all again for watching, and have a good rest of your day.
Have a good day, everybody. Goodbye.
God, we did it.
Well done, everybody.
It's been an honour.
Apparently 7 minutes ago they couldn't see the games.